Hello friends, glad to see you again on the Dead Signal FM channel. There are more and more of you. Thank you for watching our stories. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and subscribe so you won't miss new episodes. It really helps my channel. Also, write in the comments, where are you watching us from? Let's begin. Enjoy the video. They were gentle at first. That's what I want you to understand. Before the violence, before the bloodshed, before I lost everything. They approached with such tenderness that I mistook them for comfort. Even now, as I write this from a place they cannot reach me, at least I pray they cannot, I struggle against the memory of that gentleness. It was the greatest deception, like being slowly lowered into boiling water, degree by imperceptible degree, until suddenly you realize you're cooked alive, but it's far too late to escape. I worked as an archivist at Westlake University's Special Collections Library. The job suited me. Quiet, methodical, and largely solitary, with minimal interaction with either faculty or students. After my wife Sarah's death 3 years ago, I'd grown to prefer solitude. Grief is an awkward companion in social settings. People never know whether to acknowledge or ignore it, and I'd tired of navigating those uncomfortable waters. The first incident occurred on a Tuesday in late October. I remember because it was unusually warm that day, warm enough that the century-old heating system in our building was making the basement archives nearly uninhabitable. I'd been cataloging a new acquisition, the personal papers of Dr. Eleanor Blackwood, a once prominent parapsychologist who taught at Westlake in the 1970s before her career collapsed amid accusations of academic fraud. Her papers were fascinating, meticulous records of alleged hauntings, spirit communications, and poltergeist activities across New England. Whatever one thought of her conclusions, her methodology was impeccable. Every interview transcribed verbatim, every phenomenon documented with photographs, temperature readings, and multiple witness statements. I found myself lingering over her cases long after I should have moved on to other work. That evening, I was alone in the archives, finishing the preliminary organization of Blackwood's research on the Addison House haunting, a particularly well-documented case involving what she classified as a grief-responsive manifestation, when I felt it. A sudden drop in temperature so pronounced that my breath clouded in front of my face. The fluorescent lights above me dimmed momentarily, their electric hum deepening in pitch, and then a touch, light as gossamer against the back of my neck, like someone gently resting their fingertips there, the way Sarah used to when she'd approach me from behind while I was working. I spun around, heart hammering. Nothing. The narrow aisle between archival shelving was empty. The touch came again, this time against my cheek, cool but not unpleasant, like being caressed through a silk veil. Hello! My voice sounded ridiculous in the empty room. Is someone there? No response except the building's distant mechanical groans. I should have been terrified. I should have packed up immediately and left. Instead, I felt comforted. For the first time since Sarah's death, I felt a presence that didn't fill me with the aching hollowness of her absence. Something was there with me. Something acknowledged me. I stayed another hour, periodically feeling that gentle touch on my shoulder, my hand, my face. When I finally left that night, I felt lighter than I had in years. Dr. Mallory, my therapist, had a clinical explanation when I mentioned it during our Thursday session. The mind is remarkably adaptive, Daniel, she said, making a note in her leather-bound journal. You've immersed yourself in accounts of paranormal experiences all day. It's natural your brain might produce sensory impressions consistent with that material. It felt real, I insisted. Of course it did. Grief can manifest in unusual ways, especially when approaching the anniversary of a loss. She glanced at her calendar. Sarah's accident was in November, wasn't it? I nodded. 3 years ago next month. Black ice on Highway 16. A semi-truck that couldn't stop in time. A phone call at 3 a.m. that divided my life into before and after. You've been isolating yourself in those archives, Dr. Mallory continued. Limited human contact, surrounded by accounts of spirits reaching out from beyond. It's not surprising your mind might create a comforting presence. I didn't argue, but I wasn't convinced. What I'd felt hadn't seemed like my mind's creation. Felt external, independent, present. When I returned to work the next day, I found myself anticipating another encounter. The archives felt different now. Not the sterile repository of forgotten knowledge, but a place of potential connection. I worked through Blackwood's papers with renewed focus, noting her observations about environmental conditions conducive to paranormal contact. Temperature fluctuations, electromagnetic disturbances, locations with emotional resonance. That evening, I deliberately stayed late, waiting until even the most dedicated graduate students had abandoned the library. The building creaked and settled around me as the heating system cycled down for the night. I sat at my desk, Blackwood's journal open before me, and spoke aloud. "I know you're here. I felt you yesterday. I'm not afraid." Nothing happened for several long minutes. Then, as if in response, the desk lamp beside me flickered. Once, twice, then steady again. The air cooled noticeably, and I felt that now familiar touch, this time more deliberate, fingers trailing from my shoulder down my arm. "Sarah," I whispered, hope catching in my throat. The touch withdrew immediately. The temperature plummeted further, cold enough to make me gasp. Papers on my desk rustled as if caught in a breeze, though there was no air movement in the windowless room. And then I smelled it, the faintest trace of jasmine. Sarah's perfume. Tears sprang to my eyes. "It is you. Oh God, Sarah. I've missed you so much." The scent intensified, enveloping me. The touch returned, caressing my face with such tenderness that I wept openly. For 3 years I'd ached to feel her touch once more, to have some proof that the essence of her existed somewhere beyond the tragedy that took her physical form. "I knew you wouldn't leave me," I whispered through tears. "I knew it." The lamp flickered again, more deliberately now, on off, in what seemed like an attempt to communicate. I grabbed a notepad. 1 blink for yes, 2 for no, 1 clear flicker. My hands trembled as I asked, "Are you at peace?" 2 flickers. My heart sank. "Are you trapped somehow?" 1 flicker. "Here? In the archives?" 2 flickers. "With me? Are you attached to me?" 1 flicker, followed by the touch again. This time on both shoulders, like hands pulling me gently backward into an embrace. The jasmine scent surrounded me, and for a moment, I could almost feel her arms around me, her presence solid against my back. I sat there for hours, asking questions, receiving simple yes/no responses through the flickering lamp. The pattern was clear. Sarah was with me, had been with me since her death, but couldn't fully reach me until now. Something about Blackwood's papers, about my work in the archives, had thinned the veil between us. When I finally left that night, I felt transformed. Grief still lived in me, but alongside it now existed a wild, desperate hope. I wasn't alone. She hadn't left me. Somehow, impossibly, we'd found a way to bridge the gap between life and whatever came after. I stopped seeing Dr. Mallory the following week. What could she offer me now? Clinical explanations and cognitive reframing paled beside the reality I was experiencing. Instead, I devoted myself to strengthening this newfound connection. I read everything in Blackwood's papers about spirit communication. I brought objects from home that had been Sarah's. Her scarf, her favorite book, the wedding ring I'd kept in my nightstand drawer because wearing it on a chain had felt too heavy against my heart. The manifestations grew stronger. The lamp now flickered in more complex patterns that I began to interpret as crude messages. The touch became more substantial, a pressure against my skin that sometimes left visible impressions, like the marks of fingertips on my wrist or forearm. The jasmine scent became a constant companion, following me from the archives to my car, lingering in my clothes when I arrived home. And then, 2 weeks after that first encounter, I heard her voice. I was working late, as had become my habit, this time reviewing Blackwood's files on auditory manifestations. Her research suggested that spirits often achieved sound production before visual manifestation, usually beginning with white noise that gradually resolved into speech patterns. "Daniel!" The voice was faint, as if called from a great distance, but unmistakably hers. That particular way she had of softening the second syllable of my name. I froze, afraid that any movement might break the connection. Daniel, stronger now. I've been trying so hard to reach you. Sarah, I whispered. I'm here. I can hear you. It's difficult. Staying present. Need more energy. How? Tell me how to help you. The air around me grew so cold that frost crystallized on the surface of my desk. Papers shuffled violently, some flying to the floor. The desk lamp didn't just flicker this time. It shattered, the bulb exploding in a shower of glass that miraculously avoided cutting me. In the sudden darkness, her voice came again, clearer now. Blood. I need your blood, Daniel. I didn't hesitate. I found a letter opener in my desk drawer and drew it across my palm without a second thought. The cut was deeper than I intended. Blood welling up immediately, dripping onto Blackwood's papers spread across the desk. The effect was immediate and astonishing. The temperature rose suddenly, the freezing air replaced by comfortable warmth. The jasmine scent intensified, and then, before my eyes, the air above my desk seemed to shimmer and condense. A figure formed, transparent at first, then gradually gaining opacity. Sarah, looking exactly as she had in life, her dark hair falling in waves around her face, wearing the blue dress she'd always favored. But her eyes were wrong. Darker than I remembered, the pupils expanded until almost no iris remained. Sarah, I whispered, uncertain now. She smiled, and something in that expression sent the first chill of doubt through me. It wasn't quite her smile, the curve of it too sharp, the eyes above it too hungry. Thank you, my love, she said, her voice perfectly clear now. That helps enormously. She extended a translucent hand toward my bleeding palm. When she touched the wound, I gasped. Not from pain, but from the shocking cold of her touch. I could feel something pulling from me, an energy drain more profound than the blood loss alone could explain. I jerked my hand away instinctively. You're hurting me. Her expression flickered. Disappointment, then anger, then a carefully composed smile. I'm sorry. It's been so long since I felt anything. It's overwhelming. My doubt receded. Of course she would be disoriented, confused by sensations after years without a physical form. I was being unfair. It's okay, I said, extending my hand again. Take what you need. Her smile widened, too wide, as she placed her hand over mine again. This time I gritted my teeth against the draining sensation, watching in fascination as her form grew more solid with each passing second. Within minutes, she appeared almost completely physical, only a slight translucence at her edges betraying her non-corporeal nature. Better? I asked when she finally released my hand. Much. She looked around the archives with new clarity. I can see everything now, feel everything. She ran her hands over the surface of the desk, picked up a pencil, turned it over in her fingers with evident delight. How is this possible? I asked. How can you be here? She tilted her head, studying me with those two dark eyes. You invited me, Daniel. You opened the door. But why now? It's been 3 years. Her gaze drifted to Blackwood's papers scattered across the desk, many now stained with my blood. You found the key. She picked up one of the bloodied pages, a transcript from the Addison House case, describing a spirit that materialized after the grieving homeowner performed a ritual involving personal blood sacrifice. A nagging discomfort settled in my stomach. Sarah never read about this stuff. She didn't believe in the paranormal. Her expression hardened momentarily before softening into a smile. People change after death, darling. You see things differently from the other side. I nodded, accepting this. What did I know about the afterlife? About the transformative experience of death? Of course she would be changed. Can you come home with me? I asked hesitantly. She shook her head. Not yet. I'm bound to this place for now. To these. She gestured at Blackwood's papers. But with more energy, I could extend my range. Become more permanent. More blood, you mean? Yes. No pretense now, just naked hunger in those dark eyes. And other things. What other things? She smiled enigmatically. We'll get to that. For now, will you come back tomorrow night? Bring something sharp. I agreed without hesitation. Whatever reservations I might have had were overwhelmed by the miracle of her presence. I would have promised anything. That night, I dreamed of Sarah for the first time since her death. Usually, this would have been a comfort, but the dream left me shaken. In it, she stood at the foot of our bed watching me sleep. Her form kept shifting. Sometimes the Sarah I remembered, sometimes something else wearing her appearance like an ill-fitting mask. When she smiled, her teeth were too numerous, too sharp. When she reached for me, her fingers elongated into impossible talons. I woke gasping, sheets soaked with sweat. Dawn light filtered through my bedroom curtains, dispelling the nightmare's hold. By the time I'd showered and dressed, I'd rationalized away my fear. Of course, my subconscious would struggle to integrate this impossible experience. Of course, there would be fear mixed with the joy of reunion. I stopped at a camping supply store on my way to work and purchased a hunting knife, sharp, efficient, designed for quick, clean cuts. The clerk gave me an odd look when I declined a sheath, but I barely noticed. My mind was entirely focused on the evening ahead. The workday passed in a distracted blur. I made careless errors in my cataloging, misspelled simple words, forgot a meeting with the head librarian. All I could think about was Sarah, her voice, her touch, the promise of more. When the library finally closed, I locked myself in the archives and called to her. "Sarah, are you here?" The temperature dropped immediately. No gradual change this time, but an instantaneous plunge that left me shivering. The jasmine scent filled the room, and she appeared without preamble, more solid than the night before, even without a fresh blood offering. "You came back," she said, sounding pleased. "Of course I did." She glided closer, her movements unnaturally smooth. "Did you bring what I asked for?" I withdrew the knife from my jacket pocket. Her eyes fixed on it with such naked hunger that another flicker of doubt passed through me. "Before I do this," I said, "I need to know something. Tell me something only Sarah would know. Something private between us." Her expression tightened momentarily, annoyance flashing across her features before being replaced with tender concern. "You don't trust that it's me? I just need to be sure." She sighed and moved closer. "On our wedding night, you cried after we made love. You were embarrassed, but I told you it was the most beautiful thing anyone had ever done. To be so overcome with emotion that tears were the only possible response." She touched my face gently. "Is that private enough, my love?" Relief flooded through me. It was true. A moment I'd never shared with anyone else. Too personal, too vulnerable. This was really her. Without further hesitation, I drew the knife across my palm, reopening yesterday's wound and deepening it. Blood welled up immediately, dripping onto the desk between us. Sarah's reaction was disturbing in its intensity. She moved with sudden, predatory speed, placing both hands over the wound. That draining sensation returned, stronger than before, accompanied by a sound I could only describe as feeding. A soft, wet suction that made my skin crawl despite my devotion to helping her. As she drew energy from me, her form solidified further. The translucence disappeared entirely. She looked completely physical now. I could no longer see through her to the bookshelves beyond. Her hair gained luster, her skin a healthy glow. Her eyes remained wrong. Too dark, too hungry. Pupils expanded into bottomless wells. When she finally released my hand, I felt dizzy and nauseated. I had to grip the desk to remain upright. "Are you okay?" she asked, though the concern in her voice didn't reach those eyes. "Just lightheaded," I mumbled. "Gave too much, but worth it, isn't it? Look at me, Daniel. I'm almost whole again." She was right. She looked vibrant, alive, more present than she had been in our previous encounters. She demonstrated her newfound solidity by picking up a heavy reference book from my desk, turning its pages, even tearing one out with ease. "I can feel so much more now," she said, wonder in her voice. "Temperature, texture." She reached for my face, running her fingers along my jawline. "You." Her touch no longer felt cold. If anything, her skin seemed fever-hot against mine. "Can you leave the archives now?" I asked. She tested this, walking slowly toward the door. As she reached the threshold, her form wavered slightly, growing faintly transparent again. "Not yet, but close. I need more to break the tether completely. More blood. Blood is just the beginning," she said, returning to me. "Eventually I'll need more substantial energy." A chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature ran through me. "What do you mean?" "Life force, Daniel. The essence that separates the living from the dead." She traced her fingers over my chest, coming to rest above my heart. This, beating, flowing, vital. I stepped back involuntarily. "You're talking about killing," she laughed. A sound so unlike Sarah's warm, throaty chuckle that I flinched. "Not necessarily killing, sharing, borrowing." Her expression grew serious. "I gave you 3 wonderful years, Daniel. I gave you everything. Is it so much to ask for something in return?" "You didn't give me 3 years. Sarah did." Her eyes narrowed. "I am Sarah, but I was no longer certain of that." I moved to Blackwood's papers, shuffling through the bloodstained documents until I found what I was looking for. Her research on parasitic entities that mimic deceased loved ones to manipulate the grieving. "What are you really?" I demanded. Her appearance flickered momentarily, like static interrupting a broadcast. For just an instant, I saw something else beneath the familiar features. Something angular and gaunt, with too many joints in its limbs. Then Sarah was back, her expression wounded. "How can you say that, after everything we shared? Tell me something else," I insisted, panic rising in my throat. "Something only Sarah would know." She stepped closer, reaching for me. "Daniel, you're confused. The blood loss. Answer the question." I backed away, brandishing the knife now, though I wasn't sure what good it would do against a spirit. Her expression hardened, calculating. "The scar on your lower back, from when you fell out of a tree as a child." My blood ran cold. "I don't have a scar on my back." The pretense dropped away like a discarded mask. Her face contorted, features shifting in nauseating ways. Still recognizably Sarah, but now with an underlying wrongness, like looking at a familiar face reflected in a shattered mirror. "It was working so well," she hissed, her voice overlaid with something deeper, resonant with subharmonics that made my teeth ache. "You were so perfectly desperate, so willing to believe." I backed toward the door, knife still extended. "What are you?" "I am what you invited," it said. "I am what you fed. I wear what you wish to see." "Where's Sarah? The real Sarah?" The thing wearing my wife's face laughed, and the sound seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Gone. Beyond. Wherever souls go when they truly depart." It moved closer, no longer bothering to simulate human movement. Its joints bending at impossible angles, feet hovering slightly above the floor. "She never lingered, Daniel. Never haunted you. That piece was real, at least." Tears blurred my vision. "Then what do you want from me?" "Exactly what I said. Life, energy, substance." It gestured at its now solid form. "This temporary shell requires constant feeding. Your grief, your blood, your desperate longing. All delicious appetizers. But eventually, I'll need the main course." It moved with sudden, terrifying speed, crossing the space between us before I could react. The knife was knocked from my hand, clattering across the floor. Its hands, no longer even attempting to look like Sarah's delicate fingers, but elongated, jointed things like the legs of a spider, gripped my shoulders with impossible strength. "The transition won't be painful," it whispered, Sarah's face inches from mine, those black pool eyes swallowing all light. "I'll wear you like a glove, walk in the world again. Your memories will serve me well." I struggled uselessly against its grip. "Someone will notice. I'll be different. For a while, perhaps. But humans see what they expect to see. They'll attribute changes to grief, to healing, to moving on." It leaned closer, inhaling deeply as if savoring my scent. "And when this body wears out, I'll find another grieving soul. There are so many of you, so desperate to believe your loved ones linger. With a strength born of terror, I tore free of its grasp and lunged for the knife. My fingers closed around the handle just as the entity grabbed me from behind, its arms elongating impossibly to wrap around my torso multiple times, constricting like serpents. I slashed blindly backward, connecting with something that gave way with a wet, tearing sound. The creature shrieked, a multi-toned howl of rage and pain that shattered the nearest glass-fronted bookcase. Its grip loosened momentarily, enough for me to break free and sprint for the door. I didn't look back to see if it followed. I ran through the deserted library, up the stairs from the basement archives, and out into the night air. Only when I reached my car did I realize I was still clutching both the knife and a blood-stained page from Blackwood's research, the one detailing the Addison House case. My hands trembled so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I caught a glimpse of movement at the library's entrance. A figure that both was and wasn't Sarah, its form fluctuating between the woman I had loved and something ancient and predatory that had never known human shape. It raised a hand, too long, too jointed, in what might have been a wave or a warning. I drove home in a state of near hysteria, packed essential belongings, and left town that night. I drove until sunrise, stopped only long enough to catch a few hours of sleep in my car at a rest area, then continued on with no destination in mind except away. That was 3 weeks ago. I've since found temporary lodging in a small coastal town where no one knows me. I've changed my phone number, deleted my email accounts, withdrawn from the world as completely as possible. It's not a sustainable solution, but it gives me time to think, to plan. I've spent hours studying the page I inadvertently took from Blackwood's archives, her notes on the Addison House entity and how it was eventually contained. The method requires specific materials, precise timing, and a willingness to shed more blood, this time as a binding agent rather than a feeding source. But most troublingly, her notes suggest these entities can track those they've marked across vast distances. The connection established through blood sacrifice creates a tether that no amount of physical separation can break. I feel it even now, a constant awareness of being watched, of being hunted. Sometimes I catch a whiff of jasmine in rooms where no flowers bloom. Sometimes in reflective surfaces, windows, mirrors, the black screen of my powered-down laptop. I glimpse a figure standing behind me that vanishes when I turn. Last night, I woke to find my phone's screen illuminated with a text message from an unknown number. Just 5 words, "I'm still coming for you. I don't know how much time I have before it finds me, before it completes what I unwittingly allowed it to begin." I write this account not as a confession, but as a warning. Grief makes us vulnerable to the most dangerous deception. That death is not absolute, that loved ones linger, that the barrier between worlds can be breached without consequence. When we desperately want to believe something, we become blind to the warning signs that would otherwise be obvious. They come to us gently at first, with familiar touches and comforting scents, with voices we've ached to hear. They offer us what we most desire, the illusion that death is not the end, that love transcends the grave. But there are older, hungrier things lurking beyond the veil. Things that watch and wait for grief to create openings. Things that know exactly how to mimic what we've lost. If you sense such a presence, if you feel that ghostly touch, smell that familiar perfume, hear that beloved voice when you're alone, run. Do not engage. I've stopped measuring time the way normal people do. For me, there are only 2 periods that matter: before Hannah died and after. Before is rendered in warm colors and gentle sounds, her laugh echoing in our apartment, the soft weight of her head on my shoulder during movie nights, her voice singing off-key in the shower. After is where I live now, a world of muted grays, sharp edges, and cold spots that follow me from room to room. I should have sold the apartment immediately. Everyone told me that. My sister, my therapist, even Hannah's parents suggested it between sobs at the memorial service. But I couldn't bear to part with the last physical space that contained her essence. Besides, I'd convinced myself that the strange occurrences were manifestations of my grief, hallucinations born from trauma and sleep deprivation. I was wrong. It started 3 weeks after the funeral. Small things at first easily dismissed. A book that had been on the nightstand appearing on the coffee table. The television turning on by itself at odd hours. The persistent smell of Hannah's perfume, lily of the valley, wafting from empty rooms. I told myself these were the ordinary misfirings of a grieving mind. Memory lapses, sensory echoes. Then came the humming. Hannah had always hummed when she cooked. Not songs, really, just improvised little melodies that would rise and fall as she chopped vegetables or stirred sauces. The first time I heard it after her death, I was half asleep on the couch, drifting in that hazy space between consciousness and dreams. The sound was so natural, so her, that for a moment I forgot she was gone. I called out her name and lurched to my feet. The humming stopped abruptly. The kitchen was empty. Of course it was empty. The dishes I'd left piled in the sink that morning remained unwashed. No signs of cooking, no signs of Hannah. But when I touched the stove, the burner was warm. It's called sensory perseveration, Dr. Winters explained during our next session. Your brain is so accustomed to certain patterns, the sounds and smells associated with your wife, that it sometimes generates these sensations even in their absence. I nodded, grateful for the scientific explanation. And the warm stove? She adjusted her glasses. You might have turned it on earlier and forgotten. Grief affects memory formation. Many patients report similar gaps. I guess that makes sense, I said, though it didn't. I hadn't cooked anything in weeks, subsisting mainly on delivery and microwave meals. I'd like to increase your prazosin dosage, she said, scribbling on her prescription pad. It should help with the sleep disturbances. I took the prescription but never filled it. Something within me resisted the idea of dulling whatever was happening. If some remnant of Hannah was lingering in our apartment, I didn't want to medicate it away. That night, I set up my phone to record while I slept. The recording contained 8 hours of ordinary nighttime sounds. My breathing, occasional shifting on the mattress, the distant hum of traffic. But at 3:17 a.m., there was something else. A whisper, almost imperceptible beneath the white noise. Find it. I played it 7 times, increasing the volume to maximum. Each time, the words became clearer. Hannah's voice, unmistakable in its particular cadence, though strained as if speaking through static. Find it. Find what? I spent the day searching the apartment, looking through Hannah's belongings, checking inside books and boxes, beneath floorboards and behind picture frames. I found nothing unusual except for a growing sense of being watched. That evening, I felt a cold spot follow me from room to room, like a pocket of winter air that moved with deliberate purpose. When I paused to make dinner, it settled beside me, sending goosebumps racing across my skin. Hannah, I whispered, feeling both foolish and desperate. Is that you? The lights flickered once. The cold intensified, then dissipated. I set up the recorder again that night. In the wall, behind. Find it. 3 nights, 3 messages, each one slightly more detailed than the last. I examined every wall in our apartment, knocking on surfaces, listening for hollow spots. On the 4th day, I noticed something odd about the bathroom tiles, a slight discoloration on the grout line behind the toilet. I pried at it with a screwdriver until a small section of tile came loose, revealing a cavity in the wall. Inside was a plastic bag containing a tarnished silver locket. I'd never seen it before. It wasn't Hannah's style, too ornate, too Victorian with its elaborate filigree pattern. When I touched it, my fingertips burned with cold. Inside was a faded photograph of a woman who wasn't Hannah. She had a stern face, hair pulled back severely, wearing clothing that looked early 20th century. On the back of the photo, written in faded ink, Elizabeth Carver, 1912. That night, for the first time since Hannah's death, I slept without disturbance. No whispers on the recording, no cold spots, just silence. The respite lasted exactly 1 day. I was brushing my teeth when the mirror began to fog, despite there being no hot water running. Words appeared in the condensation, a finger dragging through the mist from the other side. Not enough. I stumbled backward, toothbrush clattering into the sink. The message remained for 3 seconds before the fog dissipated. That night, the humming returned, but it wasn't Hannah's improvised melodies. It was lower, more structured, a somber tune that made me think of funeral processions and mourning veils. It came from inside the walls, moving around the apartment's perimeter. I followed the sound from room to room until I found myself back at the bathroom. The broken tile had been replaced. Not repaired, but completely restored as if I'd never damaged it. Panicked, I grabbed the screwdriver and pried at it again. Came away easily, but the cavity was empty. The locket was gone. On my nightstand sat my phone, the recording app open and running though I hadn't started it. I pressed play. A voice not Hannah's filled the room, crackling, ancient, like brittle leaves underfoot. She can't leave while I'm here. Neither of us can. I researched Elizabeth Carver obsessively. County records showed she had owned our building in the early 1900s, operating it as a boarding house for single women. In 1912, she was found dead in what was now my bathroom, hanging from a pipe that no longer existed. Her death was ruled a suicide, though the newspaper articles hinted at suspicious circumstances. 3 of her boarders had disappeared in the months prior to her death. Their bodies were never found. I tried to convince myself this was all an elaborate delusion, that grief had fractured my psyche into creating an intricate supernatural narrative. But delusions don't hide lockets, restore broken tiles, or leave messages on recordings. Eventually, I did what I should have done weeks earlier. I called Hannah's parents and asked about the circumstances of her death. "What do you mean?" her father asked, his voice thick with renewed grief. "She fell in the bathroom, hit her head on the edge of the tub. The doctors said it was instant." Was there anything unusual about how they found her? My voice sounded distant to my own ears. A long pause. "I don't know what you're getting at, Alex. Please," I begged. "It's important." Another pause, followed by a heavy sigh. The police report mentioned something odd. They found her clutching some old piece of jewelry that didn't belong to her. We assumed it was something she'd found in the apartment. My blood turned to ice. "A locket." "Yes, silver, I think." "How did you know?" I couldn't answer him. That night, I sat in the dark bathroom, waiting. The cold spot arrived at midnight, condensing into a dense pressure that made the air difficult to breathe. "Elizabeth," I said into the darkness. "I know you're here." The shadows in the corner deepened, gathered, took on a vague human shape. "What did you do to Hannah?" The shape rippled, expanded. The humming started again, that funeral dirge vibrating through the tiles. "She found the locket," I continued, "just like I did. And you what? Possessed her? Pushed her?" The light bulb overhead shattered. In the new darkness, I could see her more clearly. A silhouette darker than the surrounding shadows, with pinpricks of cold light where eyes should be. "She wanted to remove it from the house?" came the whispered response. Not in my ears, but inside my skull. "No one takes what's mine. No one leaves." "The missing boarders," I said. "You killed them too." The shadow figure lurched closer. "They're still here, in the walls, in the floors. They keep me company in MY house." "This isn't your house anymore." I stood my ground, though my legs threatened to collapse. "And Hannah wasn't yours to take." A sound like nails on glass filled the room. Took me a moment to realize Elizabeth was laughing. "She's mine now. They're all mine. And soon you will be too." The shadow lunged. I don't remember leaving the bathroom or the apartment. My next clear memory is standing on the sidewalk outside the building at 3 a.m., barefoot in my pajamas, gasping for air that didn't taste of dust and decay. I never went back inside. I arranged for movers to pack my belongings while I stayed at my sister's place. I told the landlord some story about plumbing issues and toxic mold. He didn't believe me, but he let me break the lease when I offered to forfeit my security deposit. I should have been free after that. Should have moved on. Started rebuilding my life without Hannah, without Elizabeth Carver's malevolent presence. For a few weeks, I convinced myself I had escaped. Then I found the locket in my jacket pocket. No matter how many times I throw it away, it returns. I've buried it in the woods, dropped it into the river, left it on a train bound for another state. Always, it reappears among my possessions, sometimes in a pocket, sometimes in a drawer, once nestled in my shoe like a cold, metal insect. Last night I woke to humming, not Hannah's cheerful improvisations, but Elizabeth's dirge. A cold spot hovered at the foot of my bed, and beside it, a second, smaller cold spot that smelled faintly of lily of the valley. I'm writing this confession as a warning. I've given up on escaping Elizabeth Carver. I've tried everything. Exorcisms, cleansings, even a desperate weekend with a medium who fled my sister's apartment in tears, refusing to explain what she had sensed. The locket sits beside me as I type, open to reveal Elizabeth's stern face. Sometimes, when I'm not looking directly at it, I swear the photograph changes, showing Hannah's face instead, her eyes wide with terror, mouth frozen in a silent scream. 2 days ago, my sister mentioned that I've started humming in my sleep, a strange, mournful tune she doesn't recognize. I've booked a hotel room for tonight. I've left instructions with my lawyer to sell or destroy all my possessions should anything happen to me. The locket, I plan to encase in concrete and drop into the deepest part of the lake outside town. I doubt it will make a difference. Elizabeth has made her intentions clear. The cold spots are getting larger, the humming louder. Sometimes I hear whispers in Hannah's voice, begging me to help her. Other times, I hear Elizabeth promising that we'll all be together soon. A happy household buried in the walls of her eternal boarding house. If you're reading this and you come across a silver locket with elaborate filigree work, do not touch it. Do not open it. Do not bring it into your home. She's always looking for new boarders, and she never lets them leave. Editor's note: the body of Alexander Mercer was discovered in room 317 of the Lakeside Inn on March 7th. Cause of death was listed as suicide by hanging. Among his possessions was a silver locket containing a photograph of an unidentified woman. The locket has since disappeared from the police evidence locker. This document was recovered from his laptop and is published with permission from his surviving family. I wasn't the one who killed my sister. This is what I've told myself every day for the past 17 years. What I've whispered into tear-soaked pillows and screamed into empty rooms when the memories become too vivid. What I've repeated to therapists who nod sympathetically but write persistent denial in their notes. What I've told the few friends who know the story, the sanitized version at least, the one where a terrible accident took Lily's life while I stood frozen in horror. But houses remember what people want to forget. And this house, my childhood home that I've stupidly returned to after my mother's death, remembers everything. The inheritance caught me by surprise. Mom and I hadn't spoken in nearly 6 years. Not since that Christmas dinner when she'd had too much wine and called me by my sister's name. I'd left abruptly, ignoring her tearful apologies as I drove away. The next morning, I'd blocked her number, changed my email address, and moved to Oregon without a forwarding address. A clean break, or so I thought. Then came the lawyer's email regarding the estate of Eleanor Maddox. Mom had died quietly in her sleep at 63, and despite everything, she'd left me the house. The same 2-story Victorian in rural Pennsylvania where I'd grown up, where Lily had died, where the whispers first began. "Are you sure you want to keep the property, Ms. Maddox?" the lawyer had asked when I called him. "It could fetch a decent price, even given its..." He hesitated. "History. I'm keeping it," I said, surprising myself. "I need to go back." And that's how, 3 weeks later, I found myself standing on the cracked walkway, staring up at the peeling blue paint and sagging porch of 47 Blackwood Lane. The house seemed to watch me through its grimy windows, patient and knowing. I hadn't set foot here since I'd fled at 18, the blood barely dry on my hands. The key stuck in the lock at first, requiring a firm jiggle before the tumblers finally gave way. The door swung open with a prolonged creak, revealing the dim interior. The smell hit me immediately. Dust and mildew, but underneath that, something sickeningly sweet that reminded me of the lily perfume my mother had always worn. How fitting. Most of the furniture remained where I remembered it. The threadbare floral sofa, the glass coffee table with one slightly shorter leg, the bookshelf crowded with my mother's mystery novels and self-help books. A fine layer of dust covered everything, disturbed only by what appeared to be small animal tracks. The house had been vacant for 3 months since Mom's death. Plenty of time for mice to reclaim territory. I wheeled my suitcase into the foyer, the sound abnormally loud in the silence. Something about that silence felt wrong. Not peaceful, not empty, but expectant. Like the house was holding its breath. Just the isolation, I muttered to myself. Living in Portland for the past decade, I'd grown accustomed to constant background noise. Traffic, neighbors, the hum of city life. Here, miles from the nearest neighbor, the silence had physical weight. After setting my luggage in the downstairs guest room, I couldn't bear the thought of sleeping upstairs. Not yet. I began a slow tour of the house. The kitchen cabinets still held mismatched dishes and chipped mugs. The refrigerator hummed weakly, empty save for some condiments and a carton of almond milk that had separated into watery layers. On the counter sat a bottle of my mother's prescription medication, the label faded but still legible, Eleanor Maddox, haloperidol. Take 1 tablet twice daily. The living room contained the only obvious change. A hospital bed positioned near the bay window, sheets still rumpled as if my mother had just risen from it. Beside it stood an oxygen tank and a bedside table cluttered with pill bottles, tissues, and a dog-eared romance novel. Mom's final days had been spent here, not in her bedroom. I wondered if she'd been afraid to climb the stairs in her weakened state, or if she'd simply wanted to die looking out at the garden she'd once tended so lovingly. I avoided the upstairs as long as I could, busying myself with unpacking and ordering groceries from the delivery service that, thankfully, now served even this remote area. But as evening approached, bringing with it long shadows and a purpling sky, I knew I couldn't postpone the inevitable. The staircase seemed narrower than I remembered, each step groaning under my weight in tones that sounded almost conversational. At the top, the hallway stretched before me, four closed doors leading to the bathroom, my mother's bedroom, my old bedroom, and Lily's room. My hand trembled as I reached for my old bedroom door. Inside, everything remained exactly as I'd left it. Posters of bands I no longer listened to, participation trophies from high school swim meets, photos of friends whose names I could barely recall. Mom had preserved it like a museum exhibit, down to the unmade bed and psychology textbook still open on the desk where I'd been studying before. A sudden creak from further down the hall stopped my thoughts cold. The sound hadn't come from beneath my feet or from the house settling. It had come, distinctly and deliberately, from behind Lily's closed door. "Hello," I called out, immediately feeling foolish. The house had been empty for months. There couldn't be anyone here. Yet I found myself stepping back into the hallway, drawn toward my sister's room by something stronger than curiosity or fear. Lily's door was painted lavender, her favorite color. A wooden sign hung at eye level, decorated with pressed flowers and the words "Lily's Garden" in childish script. She'd made it at summer camp the year before she died, when she was 14 and I was 16. I traced the letters with my fingertip, remembering how proud she'd been of this craft, how she'd insisted on hanging it immediately. The knob turned easily under my hand, but the door stuck slightly before swinging open. Unlike my preserved bedroom, Lily's room had been transformed. The twin bed remained, still covered with the same purple comforter, but the rest of the space had become storage. Cardboard boxes stacked against walls, garbage bags full of clothing, plastic bins labeled in my mother's precise handwriting. On the dresser, however, a shrine-like arrangement remained untouched. Photos of Lily at various ages, her favorite stuffed rabbit, one eye missing, love to destruction, dried flowers in a vase, and a single white candle burned down to a stub. The air felt different here, colder, though not in a way that could be measured by a thermometer. It was as if warmth itself couldn't quite penetrate this space. I hugged my arms around myself, disturbed by a sensation I couldn't name. That's when I noticed the hatch to the crawlspace was ajar. In the ceiling corner, the small square door that led to the space between the roof and ceiling hung open by just an inch. It shouldn't have been possible. That door had always been difficult to open, requiring a special pole with a hook that we'd kept in the hallway closet. No, I'd watched Lily struggle with it countless times when we played hide and seek as children. A rational explanation presented itself. Perhaps Mom had stored things up there and hadn't properly secured it. Or maybe the house settling had dislodged the latch. But even as these thoughts formed, I knew they were lies I was telling myself. That door hadn't fallen open by accident. "This is ridiculous," I said aloud, my voice sounding thin and unconvincing even to my own ears. "You're letting your imagination run wild." But as I turned to leave, a soft sound stopped me. A whisper so quiet I might have imagined it, except that it formed a word. My name. Not Catherine, which everyone had called me since college, but Kitty, the nickname only Lily had used. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs with such force I felt lightheaded. "Hello," I called again, louder this time. "Is someone here?" Silence answered me. Then, from above, a gentle scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across wood. I backed out of the room, slamming the door harder than intended. The framed family photos along the hallway rattled in response. In one, Lily smiled eternally at age 14, braces gleaming, one arm slung around my shoulders. The last school picture she would ever take. That night, I slept poorly in the downstairs guest room, jerking awake at every creak and groan of the old house. Shortly after 3 a.m., I gave up on sleep entirely and sat in the kitchen with a mug of instant coffee, scrolling mindlessly through my phone and trying to ignore the persistent feeling of being watched. When dawn finally arrived, bringing with it thin gray light through the kitchen windows, I felt marginally better. Ghost stories always seemed more plausible in darkness. Daylight had a way of making supernatural fears seem childish. I needed coffee, real coffee, not the instant garbage I'd been drinking, and food that hadn't come from a gas station or fast food drive-thru. According to my phone, the nearest decent grocery store was in Millfield, about 20 minutes away. A quick shower and change of clothes later, I was in my rental car, relieved to be leaving the house behind, if only temporarily. Millfield hadn't changed much in 17 years. The same brick storefronts lined Main Street, though some businesses had changed hands. Carter's Hardware was now an artisanal cheese shop. The old movie theater had been converted into a microbrewery. But Jameson's Grocery remained, its faded green awning a familiar sight. I was examining organic produce when a voice called out, "Catherine? Catherine Maddox." I turned to find a vaguely familiar face, a woman about my age with auburn hair pulled back in a messy bun, glasses perched on a freckled nose. "It's Jessica Winters," she prompted when I didn't immediately respond. "Well, Jessica Cooper now. We were in AP History together senior year." Memory clicked into place. Jessica, who'd sat behind me in Mr. Harmon's class, who'd been kind to me during those terrible months after Lily's death when most other students had kept their distance, as if tragedy might be contagious. "Jessica, of course," I managed, forcing a smile. "How are you?" "I'm good. 2 kids. Teaching at Millfield Elementary now." She studied my face with undisguised curiosity. "I heard you were back. Small town news travels fast. Are you staying at the old house?" I nodded, suddenly uncomfortable with the conversation. Something in her expression suggested more than casual interest. "Brave of you," she said quietly, then seemed to catch herself. "I mean, after everything, must bring back difficult memories." "It does," I admitted, "but it felt necessary somehow." Jessica glanced around, then leaned closer. "Listen, this might sound strange, but have you noticed anything unusual at the house?" My pulse quickened. "What do you mean?" "Probably nothing," she backpedaled. "It's just there have been stories over the years about your house. People driving by at night claiming to see lights moving in the upstairs windows when your mom was known to be in the hospital. Sounds carrying farther than they should." She laughed nervously. "Small town nonsense, probably." "Probably," I echoed, though my mouth had gone dry. "Anyway," Jessica continued, clearly regretting bringing it up, "we should catch up properly sometime. Coffee, maybe? I'm sure you'd like to hear what became of everyone." I agreed non-committally, made my excuses, and hurried through the rest of my shopping. By the time I reached the checkout line, my hands were trembling slightly. Jessica's words had shaken me more than I cared to admit. The drive back to the house passed in a blur of anxiety. What had she meant about lights in the windows? What stories had circulated about my family home? About Lily's death? As I pulled into the gravel driveway, the house loomed larger than before, its Victorian architecture no longer quaint but menacing in the midday sun. For a fleeting moment, I considered driving away, abandoning the property, selling it sight unseen to any buyer foolish enough to want it. But something stronger than fear kept me there. A need for answers, perhaps, or punishment. Inside, the house felt different, not empty as it should have been. The air had shifted somehow, becoming heavier, expectant. I told myself it was just the contrast between the bright sunshine outside and the relative dimness within, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed during my absence. I unpacked my groceries quickly, then found myself drawn to the bottom of the staircase, looking up toward the second floor. A sound was coming from above, faint but unmistakable. Humming. A melody I recognized instantly, Moonlight Sonata, Lily's favorite piece to play on the piano. My body moved before my mind had fully processed what I was hearing. I took the stairs 2 at a time, heart pounding, half convinced I would find my sister at the top. 14 forever, dark hair falling over her shoulders as she swayed to the music in her head. The hallway was empty, but the humming continued, coming from behind Lily's closed door. I flung it open without hesitation. The room was exactly as I'd left it the night before, silent and still. The humming had stopped the instant the door opened. But one thing had changed. The crawlspace hatch was now fully open, the square door yawning wide to reveal the darkness beyond. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "This isn't funny." My words echoed in the silent room. No response came from the dark opening above, but as I watched, a fine shower of dust drifted down from the crawlspace, catching the light from the window like tiny stars falling to earth. Moving on instinct, I dragged a chair from the corner and positioned it beneath the opening. Common sense screamed at me to leave, to call the police or at least a neighbor, but a stronger impulse drove me forward. I needed to see what was up there. Standing on the chair, I could just reach the edge of the opening. The darkness was absolute, impenetrable. I fumbled for my phone and switched on its flashlight, directing the beam into the space. The light revealed dusty rafters, pink insulation, and a jumble of stored items. Christmas decorations in clear plastic bins, old suitcases, a dress form my mother had once used for sewing projects. Nothing unusual, nothing that shouldn't have been there. I was about to step down when my light caught something else. Something that made my blood turn to ice water in my veins. In the far corner of the crawl space, pressed against the sloping roof, lay a small manila envelope. Written across it in Lily's distinctive handwriting were 2 words, "For Kitty." My hands shook violently as I reached for the envelope. It was sealed, the paper yellowed with age but otherwise intact. I climbed down from the chair on unsteady legs, then sank to the floor, staring at my sister's handwriting. Lily had been dead for 17 years. This envelope couldn't exist. Yet here it was, solid and real in my trembling fingers. I tore it open with clumsy urgency. Inside was a single sheet of notebook paper, covered in the loopy cursive my sister had been so proud of mastering. The letter was dated March 15th, one day before her death. "Dear Kitty, if you're reading this, something has happened to me. I don't know what yet, but I feel it coming. The whispering started 3 nights ago. At first, I thought it was just the wind or the house settling, but now I know better. It knows my name. It calls to me from the crawl space at night. Mom doesn't believe me. She says I'm being dramatic, that old houses make noises. But this is different. Sometimes I see things too. Shadows that move wrong, flickering at the corners of my vision. And the cold spots, they follow me from room to room. I found something in the attic yesterday. A small wooden box buried under the insulation in the corner. Inside were newspaper clippings about a girl who disappeared from this house in 1954. Her name was Alice Thornton, and she was my age when she vanished. The police suspected she ran away, but they never found her. I think she's still here, Kitty. I think she's trying to tell me something. Last night, I dreamed she was standing at the foot of my bed, her mouth moving but no sound coming out. When I woke up, my bedroom door was wide open, though I know I closed it before going to sleep. I'm scared, but I have to know the truth. Tonight, I'm going to try to talk to her. I'll bring my tape recorder to capture any sounds. Don't worry, I'll be careful. If anything happens to me, please don't blame yourself. And please tell Mom I love her, even though she thinks I'm crazy right now. Love always, Lily. P.S. Look for the box. It's important. The letter slipped from my numb fingers, fluttering to the floor like a wounded bird. My mind reeled, struggling to process what I just read. Lily had been investigating a disappearance? She'd been hearing voices, seeing things, days before her death? Why hadn't she told me? But I knew why. In the weeks before Lily died, I'd been consumed with college applications and a dramatic breakup with my first serious boyfriend. When Lily had tried to talk to me about weird stuff happening in the house, I'd dismissed her, too wrapped up in my own teenage problems to take my little sister's fears seriously. The guilt hit me like a physical blow, doubling me over on the floor of her preserved bedroom. If I'd listened, if I'd believed her, would things have ended differently? A new thought struck me with terrifying clarity. What if Lily's death hadn't been an accident at all? The official report had ruled it an accidental fall. Lily had apparently been climbing to the crawl space in the middle of the night, for reasons no one could explain, when she lost her balance and fell awkwardly, breaking her neck. I'd been the one to find her the next morning, crumpled on the floor beneath the open hatch, her eyes open but seeing nothing. But if Lily's letter was to be believed, she'd been investigating something, following a mystery that somehow connected to a girl who'd disappeared decades earlier. What had she found? And what had found her? I picked up the letter again, rereading the postscript. Look for the box. It's important. The box Lily had mentioned finding in the attic, not the crawl space, but the full attic accessible from a different part of the house. It might still be there. Getting to my feet, I left Lily's room, casting one last glance at the open crawl space. The attic entrance was located in the ceiling of my mother's bedroom closet, accessible by a pull-down ladder. I hadn't been up there in years, not since helping Mom store Christmas decorations during my senior year of high school. My mother's bedroom was untouched, the bed still made with the same blue and white quilt she'd had for decades. Framed photos crowded her dresser. Lily and me as children, Mom with her garden club friends, my father who'd left when I was 7. On the nightstand lay an open journal, my mother's neat handwriting filling the visible page. I averted my eyes, not yet ready to invade that particular privacy. The closet smelled of mothballs and the lavender sachets Mom had always tucked among her clothes. Pushing aside hanging garments, I located the attic cord and pulled. The ladder descended smoothly, suggesting Mom had maintained it over the years. The attic was stifling, the afternoon sun having heated the space to an uncomfortable degree. Light filtered through a small round window at the far end, illuminating dancing dust motes and the shadowy outlines of stored belongings. Unlike the crawl space, which was merely a narrow space between roof and ceiling, the attic was a proper room, albeit with sloping ceilings that forced me to stoop in places. I picked my way carefully between stacked boxes and forgotten furniture. If Lily had found a box here, where would it be? Buried under the insulation in the corner, her letter had said. I moved toward the far end of the attic, where pink fiberglass insulation was visible between exposed beams. As I approached the corner, a strange sensation washed over me. A sudden, inexplicable certainty that I was not alone. The hair on my arms stood up despite the heat, and my breath clouded in front of me, though the temperature hadn't noticeably dropped. Hello, I called, my voice small in the dusty space. A soft thump sounded behind me, as if something had been dropped. I whirled around but saw nothing out of place. When I turned back to the corner, my heart nearly stopped. There on the floor, partially covered by disturbed insulation, lay a small wooden box that hadn't been visible moments before. With shaking hands, I lifted the box. It was heavier than it looked, made of dark wood with tarnished brass hinges. No lock secured it, just a simple latch that yielded easily to my touch. Inside, just as Lily's letter had described, were yellowed newspaper clippings. The headline of the topmost one read, "Local girl missing. Foul play suspected." Beneath was a black and white photograph of a solemn-faced teenage girl identified as Alice Thornton, age 14. The resemblance to Lily was startling. The same heart-shaped face, wide-set eyes, delicate nose. They could have been sisters. The article, dated September 7, 1954, described Alice's disappearance from 47 Blackwood Lane, my house, where she'd lived with her uncle following her parents' deaths. She'd last been seen entering the house after school. When her uncle returned from work that evening, Alice was gone, though her schoolbooks and coat remained. Police found no signs of forced entry or struggle. Below this clipping were others documenting the search, the gradually dwindling hope, and finally, the case going cold. The last article, dated nearly a year after her disappearance, mentioned that Alice's uncle had sold the house and moved away, unable to bear the constant reminders of his missing niece. But the newspaper clippings weren't the only contents of the box. Nestled beneath them was a small leather-bound diary, its pages brittle with age. Inside, written in faded blue ink, were the private thoughts of Alice Thornton. I skimmed through entries about school, friends, and the mundane details of a teenage girl's life in the 1950s. Then, about halfway through the diary, the tone changed dramatically. September 1st, 1954. The whispering started again last night. Uncle Charles says it's just the house settling, but I know better. It comes from inside the walls, and it knows my name. Sometimes I think it's trying to tell me something, but the words are too garbled to understand. Uncle Charles would be furious if he knew I still believed in childish nonsense, as he calls it. He says I'm too old for ghost stories. But this isn't a story. It's happening, and I'm scared. The parallels to Lily's letter sent a chill through me despite the attic's heat. The same whispering, the same disbelieving guardian. I turned the page. September 3rd, 1954. I found something today when I was helping Uncle Charles store summer clothes in the crawlspace. Behind a loose board, there was a small space hollowed out in the wall. Inside was a silver locket with a photograph of a young woman. The back is engraved with the initials E.T. and the date 1932. I showed it to Uncle Charles, thinking it might have belonged to his sister, my mother, but he became very angry. He took the locket and told me never to mention it again. When I asked who E.T. was, he locked himself in his study for the rest of the evening. The whispering was louder tonight. I think it's coming from the crawlspace. The final entry was dated September 6, 1954, the day before Alice disappeared. I can't sleep. The whispering won't stop. It's calling me to the crawlspace. I think I finally understand what it's saying. Find me, over and over. Find me, find me, find me. I found an old article in the library today about this house. Before Uncle Charles bought it, it belonged to a family named Taylor. Their daughter, Elizabeth Taylor, not the actress, vanished in 1932. She was never found. I think Elizabeth is the E.T. from the locket. I think she's still here in this house, and I think she wants me to find her. Tomorrow after school, I'm going to search the crawlspace more thoroughly. I won't tell Uncle Charles. He's been acting strange lately, watching me all the time, locking doors that were never locked before. I'm scared, but I have to know the truth. That was the final entry. Alice had disappeared the next day, just as she'd planned to search the crawlspace. Just as Lily had died investigating the same space decades later. My hands trembled as I closed the diary. A pattern was emerging, too clear to ignore. In 1932, Elizabeth Taylor disappeared in this house. In 1954, Alice Thornton vanished while investigating Elizabeth's disappearance. And in 2008, my sister died while looking into Alice's case. 3 girls, all around the same age, all connected to the same house, all fascinated by the crawlspace. And now me, the 4th in the sequence, drawn back to the house after all these years. The attic suddenly felt airless, the walls pressing in. I needed to get out, to think clearly away from the oppressive weight of history and tragedy. Stuffing the diary and clippings back into the wooden box, I made my way hastily toward the ladder. As I reached for the first rung, a soft, melodic humming stopped me cold. It was coming from below, from Lily's room directly beneath the attic. The same haunting fragment of Moonlight Sonata I'd heard earlier. "Who's there?" I called, my voice cracking. The humming stopped abruptly. Then, so faintly I might have imagined it, a girl's voice whispered, "Find me." I descended the ladder in a rush, nearly falling in my haste. My mother's bedroom was empty, the air still and undisturbed. I moved quickly to the hallway, then to Lily's room, half expecting, half hoping, to find my sister there, somehow alive and whole after all these years. The room was empty, but the chair I'd placed under the crawlspace opening had been moved to the center of the room. Sitting on it was a small silver object that gleamed in the fading afternoon light. A locket. My breath caught in my throat. I approached slowly, as if the locket might disappear if I moved too quickly. It was old, tarnished in places, with an intricate floral design etched into its surface. With trembling fingers, I picked it up and pressed the tiny clasp. The locket opened to reveal a sepia-toned photograph of a young woman with bobbed hair and a solemn expression. Turning it over, I saw the engraving Alice had described, E.T. 1932. This was Elizabeth Taylor's locket, the one Alice had found, the one her uncle had confiscated. How had it appeared here on this chair in my sister's room? Unless Alice had found it again the day she disappeared. Unless she'd hidden it somewhere in the crawlspace before whatever happened to her. And Lily, investigating decades later, had found it too. But if Lily had found the locket, why wasn't it mentioned in the police report of her belongings? Why hadn't my mother ever shown it to me, unless someone had removed it from the scene? Someone who didn't want connections drawn between these disappearances and deaths. Someone who had been present at both scenes. My mother. The thought hit me with sickening clarity. Mom had been home the night Lily died. She claimed to be asleep, to have heard nothing until my screams woke her the next morning. But what if she'd been awake? What if she'd known what Lily was doing? Alice's uncle had reacted with anger and fear when she'd shown him the locket. He'd locked doors, watched her constantly, and after she vanished, he'd sold the house and moved away. My mother had stayed. She'd lived in this house of tragedies until her death, preserving Lily's room like a shrine while keeping her own secrets. I sank onto Lily's bed, the locket clutched in my hand, mind racing. If Mom had known something about these connected tragedies, she'd taken that knowledge to her grave. Unless the journal, on her nightstand, open as if she'd been writing in it shortly before her death. If Mom had secrets, perhaps she'd recorded them there. Night had fallen while I'd been piecing together this terrible puzzle. The house was dark now, shadows pooling in corners and stretching across floors. I switched on lights as I moved through the hallway to my mother's room, irrationally afraid of what might lurk in the darkness. The journal still lay where I'd seen it earlier, a mute witness to my mother's final thoughts. I sat on the edge of her bed and turned on the bedside lamp, casting a warm circle of light over the pages. The entry was dated 3 days before her death. The doctor says the cancer has spread too far for treatment. Weeks, maybe a month left. I should feel fear or sadness, but all I feel is relief. Soon this burden will end. Soon I can stop guarding this house and its secrets. Lily would be 31 now. Would she have married? Given me grandchildren? Some nights I dream she forgave me before she died. But I know that's just wishful thinking. She never knew what I'd done, what I was protecting her from. The whispers are getting louder again. They always do when the house anticipates a death. I heard them before Lily's accident, just as my mother heard them before Alice disappeared. The house hungers. It always has. Catherine has stayed away all these years, but I know she'll come back when I'm gone. The house will call to her, just as it called to Lily, to Alice, to Elizabeth. I've left her the deed, though I should have burned this place to the ground years ago. I was too weak, too tied to the past and its patterns. If she's wise, she'll sell it without setting foot inside again. But I fear she won't. I fear the cycle will continue. The crawlspace is the key. It always has been. That's where it started in 1932, when my father found Elizabeth snooping through his things. That's where my brother caught Alice reading Elizabeth's diary. That's where I found Lily with Alice's locket. I should write the truth here, make a full confession before I die. But even now, I can't bring myself to put the words on paper. Some sins are too great to acknowledge. The house knows. The house remembers. And soon, it will tell Catherine everything I've kept hidden. I stared at the words, my mind struggling to comprehend their implications. My mother, and before her, her brother, and before him, her father, had been keepers of some terrible secret centered on the crawlspace. A secret worth killing to protect. The locket burned in my palm like a hot coal. I opened it again, studying Elizabeth Taylor's solemn face. What had she found in 1932 that had led to her disappearance? What knowledge had been worth 3 young lives? And now the house was trying to tell me the last living connection to this twisted family history. A soft creak from the hallway snapped me back to the present. Footsteps, light but distinct, moved toward Lily's room. Without thinking, I followed, my mother's journal clutched in one hand, Elizabeth's locket in the other. In Lily's room, the crawlspace hatch stood wide open, a rectangle of absolute darkness against the ceiling. As I watched, something pale and slender extended from the opening. A hand, fingers outstretched as if beckoning. I should have run. Any rational person would have fled the house, called the authorities, never returned. But I was beyond rationality now. I needed answers more than I needed safety. "I'm coming," I whispered, positioning the chair beneath the opening. This time, I didn't hesitate at the edge of the darkness. Tucking the journal and locket into my pocket, I pulled myself up into the crawlspace, the beam of my phone's flashlight cutting through the gloom. The space was larger than it had appeared from below, extending the length of the house with exposed rafters overhead and insulation between the joists. I moved carefully along the narrow walkway of boards laid across the joists, my light scanning the dusty interior. "Hello," I called, my voice muffled in the confined space. "I'm here. I want to know the truth." No answer came, but as I moved deeper into the crawlspace, my light caught something ahead. A disturbance in the insulation, as if someone had recently moved it aside. Kneeling carefully on the boards, I pulled away the pink fiberglass to reveal what lay beneath. The floor had been cut away here, a neat square about 3 feet on each side removed to expose a hollow space below. A space between the walls, invisible from either the rooms below or casual inspection of the crawlspace itself. Perfect hiding place. My light revealed the contents of this hidden compartment. Bones. Small, delicate bones arranged with macabre care. A skeleton no larger than a teenage girl's, curled in a fetal position. Scraps of decayed fabric clung to the remains, and a fine chain was tangled among the neck vertebrae. Elizabeth Taylor, hidden here since 1932. My great-grandfather's victim, concealed within the walls of his home. But she wasn't alone. Beside her lay another skeleton. The first thing I need to tell you is that I don't believe in ghosts. Or at least I didn't. Not until 3 months ago, when I moved into apartment 3B at the Westlake Residences. That's important to understand. I wasn't some paranormal enthusiast looking for proof. I was just desperate for affordable housing in a city where rent prices had spiraled beyond reason. When I first toured the place, I noticed how the property manager avoided looking directly at the bedroom door. His eyes would dart around the living room, kitchen, bathroom, anywhere but that closed door at the end of the hallway. When I finally asked to see the bedroom, he hesitated, just for a fraction of a second. That's when I should have known. "Of course," he said, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Just needs a fresh coat of paint is all." The bedroom was oddly cold compared to the rest of the apartment, which I attributed to poor insulation. One wall was painted a deep burgundy, almost the color of dried blood, while the others remained a sterile white. The room felt empty somehow, not just unoccupied, but vacant in a way that seemed deliberate, as if it were holding its breath. "Why is this wall painted differently?" I asked. "Previous tenant's choice," he said quickly. "We can have it painted over before you move in." I didn't care about the color. The rent was $400 below market value, and I was sold. I signed the lease that afternoon. The first week passed without incident. I spent most of my time unpacking, arranging furniture, hanging pictures, making the space my own. The burgundy wall remained. I decided it added character to an otherwise bland room. Besides, I'd already spent too much on moving expenses to worry about paint. It was during the second week when I began to notice things. Small things at first. The temperature in the bedroom would drop suddenly, even when the rest of the apartment was comfortably warm. I'd wake up with the blankets pulled completely off the bed, bunched in the corner like someone had angrily yanked them away. My clothes, which I'd carefully hung in the closet, would sometimes be found scattered across the floor in the morning. I blamed it on the building's ancient heating system, restless sleep, and shoddy closet rods. Then came the sounds. At first, it was just a subtle tapping, so faint I convinced myself it was water in the pipes or a neighbor hanging pictures. But gradually, the tapping grew more insistent, more rhythmic, always from inside the wall, the burgundy wall. Top, top, top. 3 taps, then silence. 3 more taps, then silence again. Always in groups of 3, always at 3:17 a.m. I know because I started setting my phone to record while I slept, just to prove to myself I wasn't imagining things. After 2 weeks of this, I finally knocked on my neighbor's door, the apartment that shared the wall with my bedroom. A middle-aged woman answered, dark circles under her eyes. When I mentioned the tapping, her face drained of color. "There's no one living in that room," she said quietly. "What do you mean?" "It's my bedroom." "No, on my side. That room has been empty for months. I use it for storage." I felt a cold weight settle in my stomach. Could I see it? Just to check for loose pipes or something? She hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. I suppose. Her apartment was a mirror image of mine, with the corresponding room at the end of the hallway. When she opened the door, I found myself staring at a completely empty space. No furniture, no boxes, nothing but dust and a single chair facing the wall that connected to my bedroom. My burgundy wall. "Why is there just a chair here?" I asked. She looked away. "Sometimes I sit here. Feels, I don't know how to explain it. Peaceful, in a way." I approached the wall, placing my palm against it. The surface was ice cold. "What happened to the previous tenant in my apartment?" I finally asked. "In my unit." She wouldn't meet my eyes. "You should ask the property manager." I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my bed, staring at the burgundy wall until sunrise. No tapping came, but sometime around 2 a.m., I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A faint discoloration on the wall, about shoulder height. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a patch job, painted over with a slightly different shade of burgundy than the rest of the wall. The next morning, I went to the property management office. The same man who had shown me the apartment was there, shuffling papers at the front desk. "I need to know about the previous tenant," I said without preamble. He didn't look up. "That information is confidential. There's something wrong with my bedroom. The wall. Nothing wrong with that apartment," he interrupted, finally meeting my gaze. "Just an old building. Makes noises. Settling. At exactly 3:17 a.m. every night?" His pen froze mid-signature. "I can't help you with that." As I turned to leave, an older woman emerged from the back office. She'd clearly overheard our conversation. "Wait," she called after me. "You're in 3B?" I nodded. She glanced at the property manager, who was glaring at her in warning. She lowered her voice. "The girl who lived there before, Janet, he had problems. Mental health issues, they said." "Margaret," the property manager hissed. "He deserves to know, Frank," she shot back. To me, she added, she claimed the wall was talking to her, that something was trapped inside it. Nobody believed her, of course. "What happened to her?" I asked, though I was starting to suspect the answer. Margaret's eyes darted to Frank, who had given up pretending not to listen. "They found her in the bedroom. She'd cut into the wall. Dozens of holes trying to let it out, she said in her note. Then she cut herself. My mouth went dry. She killed herself? Margaret nodded grimly. That's why the rent's so cheap. They patched the wall, painted it that awful color to hide the work. But legally, they had to disclose the death. It's in your lease agreement in the fine print. I thought back to the stack of papers I'd signed, skimming most of them in my excitement to secure the apartment. When did this happen? 3 months ago, Margaret replied. She died at 3:17 a.m. I should have moved out that day. Any rational person would have. But I couldn't afford to break the lease, and frankly, part of me didn't believe it. Suicide was tragic, yes, but it didn't mean the apartment was haunted. The tapping could be explained. The cold spots were just poor insulation. The discoloration on the wall was clearly from repairs. So I stayed, but I avoided the bedroom at night. I started sleeping on the couch, telling myself it was more comfortable anyway. For a few nights, this seemed to work. No more tapping, no more blankets on the floor. Then the whispering started. It would begin as a soft hiss, like radio static, emanating from the bedroom. Gradually, it would form into words, or almost words. I could never quite make them out. They seemed to be spoken in a language that was almost English, but not quite. The syllables distorted and stretched. Still, I rationalized. Old buildings have vents that carry sounds from other apartments. Maybe I was hearing neighbors through the walls. But deep down, I knew no human voice could make those sounds. One night, about a month after moving in, I forgot to charge my phone. My charger was in the bedroom. At 2 a.m., with my battery at 3%, I finally worked up the courage to retrieve it. I told myself I was being ridiculous, afraid of my own bedroom. The room was freezing when I entered. My breath clouded in front of my face. The burgundy wall seemed to pulse slightly in the dim light filtering through the blinds. I hurried to the nightstand, grabbed my charger, and turned to leave. That's when I saw it. The discolored patch on the wall had grown. What had been a subtle difference in shade was now unmistakable. A darker, wet-looking oval about 2 feet across. And it was moving, bulging outward, as if something behind it was pressing against the surface. I stood frozen, watching as the patch swelled and receded, like something breathing. Then came the tapping from inside the wall. Not the rhythmic 3 taps I'd heard before, but frantic, desperate pounding, like someone trapped trying to break free. I ran from the room, slamming the door behind me. I spent the night in the hallway outside my apartment, too terrified to go back inside. When morning came, I forced myself to return, half expecting to find the wall torn open. But everything looked normal. The discolored patch was back to its original size. The wall was just a wall. I decided to investigate. If something had happened in that room, there would be records. A suicide would have made the local news. I spent hours searching online until I found it. A small article dated 3 months earlier. Local woman found dead in apartment. Suicide suspected. The article mentioned Janet Wilson, 29, found deceased in her apartment at Westlake Residences. The cause appeared to be self-inflicted wounds. The article was brief with little detail, but it confirmed what Margaret had told me. I dug deeper, finding Janet's social media accounts. Her last posts were increasingly erratic, talking about voices in the walls and feeling watched. Friends had commented, concerned, but their worry came too late. One post, dated a week before her death, caught my attention. It's not just talking anymore. It's showing me things. Terrible things. Things that happened in this room. I think it wants out. From there, I spiraled into researching the building's history. Westlake Residences had been converted from an old hotel built in the 1920s. Over the decades, it had changed hands multiple times. There were rumors of mob connections in the 30s, a fire in the 50s that killed 3 people, and various other tragedies. Nothing specifically about my apartment or that wall. But the building certainly had history, enough to fuel the imagination of someone already struggling with mental health issues. I told myself that's all it was. Janet Wilson had been unwell. She'd invented or hallucinated the voices, convinced herself something supernatural was happening. A tragic case of untreated mental illness, not a haunting. But if that was true, why could I hear the tapping too? I decided to examine the wall more closely. During daylight hours, I approached it with a sense of detached curiosity, determined to find a rational explanation. I tapped on various parts, listening for hollow spots that might indicate a space behind it. The wall sounded solid throughout. Looking more carefully at the discolored patch, I noticed tiny puncture marks beneath the paint, dozens of them, as if someone had repeatedly driven a small object into the wall. Janet's doing, no doubt, before they patched it over. I pressed my palm against the spot. It felt colder than the surrounding wall, almost damp, though there was no visible moisture. As I held my hand there, I felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of grief wash over me, so intense that tears sprang to my eyes. It was as if I'd tapped into a reservoir of pure sorrow embedded in the wall itself. I jerked my hand away, shaken. What was happening to me? Was I succumbing to the same delusions that had consumed Janet? That night, I resolved to record everything. I set up my laptop to take continuous video of the wall, while my phone recorded audio. I still slept on the couch, but I left the bedroom door open, one eye on the darkened doorway. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke with a start at, you guessed it, 3:17 a.m. The tapping had returned, but different this time. Faster, more urgent. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and walked to the bedroom doorway. The discolored patch had expanded again, larger than before. The burgundy color looked almost black in the darkness, glistening like an open wound. The tapping was coming from directly behind it. Against every instinct, I approached the wall. "What do you want?" I whispered. The tapping stopped. For several heartbeats, there was absolute silence. Then, a voice, so close it could have been whispering directly into my ear. "Help me." I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet. The voice had been clear, distinct. A woman's voice, raw with desperation. "Janet," I called, feeling foolish even as I said it. No response, just the faint sound of weeping, muffled as if coming through layers of material. I scrambled for my phone, hands shaking as I turned on the video recorder. I approached the wall again, filming the discolored patch. On the screen, I could see what my eyes couldn't. A subtle movement beneath the surface, like something shifting under a thin membrane. "Who are you?" I asked, voice trembling. "What do you want?" The weeping stopped. The discolored patch rippled. And then, slowly, 5 finger-shaped indentations appeared in the wall, as if someone on the other side was pressing their hand against it. I've never been more terrified in my life. I backed away, still filming, as the handprint pressed deeper into the wall. Then words began to form in the paint, not carved but rising from within, like embossed lettering. "Not Janet." My back hit the opposite wall. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. I just kept filming as more words formed. Before her, before me, many before. The handprint suddenly slammed against the wall with such force that flakes of paint drifted to the floor. The impact left a crack in the discolored patch. That broke my paralysis. I fled the apartment, spending the night in my car. When I returned the next morning, the wall was intact. No handprint, no words, no crack. Even the discolored patch seemed less noticeable in the daylight. But I had the video. Proof that I wasn't imagining things, wasn't going crazy like Janet had. Except when I checked my phone, the video was gone. The recording had stopped after just 10 seconds, showing only me approaching the wall. Everything after that, missing. I began researching the building's history more thoroughly. I visited the local historical society, dug through newspaper archives, and even tracked down former residents. Slowly, a pattern emerged. Apartment 3B had seen 6 suicides over the past 80 years, all in the same room, all found facing the burgundy wall. Before it was converted to apartments, when the building was still a hotel, that room had been the scene of a gruesome murder. In 1937, a woman named Elizabeth Marsh was killed by her husband, who had sealed her alive inside the wall cavity during renovations. Her body wasn't discovered until decades later, during another renovation in the 1970s. According to the newspaper report from that time, Workers had broken through the wall and found her remains, along with scrape marks in the concrete where she had tried to claw her way out. The article mentioned that the coroner believed she had survived for days inside the wall before finally succumbing to dehydration or suffocation. The workers who found her reported hearing weeping and tapping for days before they broke through the wall. They had assumed it was water pipes. After her discovery, her remains were supposedly removed and properly buried. The wall was repaired, and the room returned to use. But the suicides began shortly after, as if something of Elizabeth remained trapped inside that wall. Her pain, her desperation, her rage at being abandoned and forgotten. Each suicide followed the same pattern. The victim would report hearing noises from the wall, would become obsessed with it, and eventually would be found dead in the room. Some had cut themselves, like Janet. Others had hanged themselves facing the wall. One had simply stopped eating or drinking, sitting in a chair and staring at the wall until he died of dehydration. And now I was living in that room, hearing those same sounds, feeling the same pull toward the wall. I should have left then, least be damned. But something kept me there. A growing obsession with understanding what was happening, with helping whatever was trapped behind that wall. I told myself I was different from the others. I knew what I was dealing with. I wouldn't succumb to its influence. I began sitting in the bedroom at night, waiting for the tapping to start. When it did, I would talk to the wall, ask questions. Sometimes I would get responses, not words anymore, but patterns of taps. 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for something else. Something it couldn't express through simple answers. I learned that it wasn't just Elizabeth in there. Others had joined her over the years, Janet being the most recent. Each suicide had added another soul to the collection trapped within the wall. They were bound there, unable to move on, their collective anguish growing with each new addition. They wanted release, but not in the way the others had tried to provide it, not through joining them in death. They wanted to be set free. One night, as I sat facing the wall, the discolored patch began to expand again. But this time, it didn't stop growing. It spread across the entire burgundy surface, turning it slick and pulsing. The temperature in the room plummeted until I could see nothing but my own frozen breath. Words formed on the wall, not rising from within but appearing as if written by an invisible hand. Break it open. I shook my head. I can't. The others tried that. It only made things worse. Not like that. Not with blood. With light. I didn't understand. What do you mean? What light? The wall seemed to shudder, the entire surface rippling like water. Then, slowly, shapes began to emerge from the flat surface, faces pressing outward, as if trying to push through a membrane. I recognized Janet from her social media photos. Other faces I didn't know, men and women of various ages, their expressions frozen in anguish. And at the center, more defined than the others, was a woman I assumed to be Elizabeth. Her face was gaunt, eyes hollow with decades of suffering. Her mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear. I moved closer, against every instinct that screamed at me to run. What do you need me to do? The faces receded, sinking back into the wall. In their place, a simple message appeared. The truth. Tell it. Remember US. And then the wall went still. The discoloration faded. The temperature gradually returned to normal. I sat there until dawn, waiting for more, but nothing came. The next day, I went to the property management office again. I demanded to speak with the owner of the building, not the manager. After much persistence, I was given a number. The building's owner was a corporation, as I'd expected. But when I called and explained what I discovered about the building's history, I was surprised to be connected directly to the CEO, a man named Richard Westlake. Yes, the building still belonged to the original family. And yes, Richard knew about Elizabeth Marsh. She had been his great-aunt. That's just an old family story, he said dismissively when I brought it up. Urban legend. Nothing to it. Then why have there been 6 suicides in that apartment? I countered. All in the same room, all facing the same wall? A long silence followed. Then, what exactly are you suggesting, Mr. Parker? I'm suggesting that there's something in that wall. Something that needs to be acknowledged. The truth needs to come out. Another pause. I'll double your security deposit if you move out by the end of the week. No questions asked. That's not what I want. Then what do you want? His voice had hardened. I want you to publicly acknowledge what happened to Elizabeth Marsh. I want a proper memorial. I want the truth about all the deaths in that apartment to be made public. He laughed, a cold sound. You must be joking. Do you know what that would do to property values? To my family's reputation? I know what will happen if you don't, I replied. I'll go to the media with everything I've found. The historical records, the pattern of suicides, all of it. No one will believe you. They'll think you're crazy, just like the others. Maybe, but once the story is out there, other people will start digging. And they'll find what I found. The line went quiet for so long I thought he'd hung up. Finally, he spoke. Come to my office tomorrow. We'll discuss this further. I never made it to that meeting. That night, the tapping returned, louder than ever before, no longer confined to the bedroom wall but seeming to come from every surface of the apartment. The temperature dropped so low that water froze in glasses. The electricity fluctuated, lights flickering on and off. I sat in the center of the living room, watching as frost patterns formed on the windows. Patterns that gradually shaped themselves into words. He's coming. He knows. He always knew. A sharp knock at the door made me jump. It was nearly midnight, too late for casual visitors. I approached cautiously, looking through the peephole. Richard Westlake stood in the hallway, flanked by two larger men. I hadn't met him in person, but I recognized him from photos online. He looked older than in his corporate headshots, his face gaunt and eyes deep-set. He knocked again, harder. Mr. Parker, he called through the door. We need to discuss your concerns. Immediately, I didn't answer, didn't move. Something was very wrong. How had he known which apartment was mine? I hadn't given him my address. Mr. Parker, this can go one of two ways, he continued. You can open the door, or my associates can open it for you. I backed away silently, retreating toward the bedroom, the only room without a direct line of sight to the front door. I heard the sound of a key in the lock. Of course, he owned the building, he would have a master key. The door swung open. I pressed myself against the wall beside the bedroom door, listening to footsteps entering my apartment. Check the bedroom, Westlake ordered. Heavy footsteps approached. I looked around desperately for something to defend myself with, but there was nothing. I was trapped. As the footsteps reached the bedroom door, the temperature suddenly plummeted. The air became so cold it burned my lungs. The burgundy wall began to pulse, the discolored patch expanding rapidly until it covered the entire surface. The man appeared in the doorway, tall, broad-shouldered, expressionless. He looked directly at me, then stepped into the room. In here, he called over his shoulder. Westlake appeared behind him, followed by the second man. All three entered the bedroom. Mr. Parker, Westlake began, you've been digging into matters that don't concern you. People died here, I said. Your family covered it up, every time. He smiled thinly. My family protected its interests, as I'm about to do now. The second man closed the bedroom door. I heard the lock click. That's when the wall began to move. The entire burgundy surface rippled like a sheet caught in a breeze. The discoloration spread beyond the wall, creeping onto the ceiling and floor. The temperature dropped so low that the men's breath clouded densely in front of their faces. What the hell? One of them muttered, backing toward the door. Westlake's eyes widened. No, he whispered. Not again. The wall split open, not breaking but parting like curtains. Behind it was not the empty space of my neighbor's apartment, but a void, dark and cold. And in that void, faces began to appear, dozens of them, pressing forward, their mouths open in silent screams. The men scrambled for the door, but it wouldn't open. One began pounding on it with his shoulder while the other pulled frantically at the handle. Westlake stood frozen, staring at the wall. Elizabeth, he whispered. I'm sorry. From the void, a figure emerged. a woman in tattered clothing, her hair long and matted, her skin gray and desiccated. She moved with unnatural fluidity, floating rather than walking. Behind her came others, men and women of different ages, all with the same hollow eyes and gray skin. I pressed myself into the corner, unable to look away as Elizabeth, for it must be her, approached Westlake. She reached out a withered hand, touching his face with what almost seemed like tenderness. "You knew," she said, her voice a dry whisper. "All of you knew, generation after generation. You let us suffer." "It wasn't me," Westlake pleaded. "It was my great-grandfather. He covered it up, not me." "And you maintained the lie," she responded. "For profit, for reputation." Her fingers curled around his throat, not choking, just holding. "So many joined me because of your silence. So many trapped between worlds." The other spirits had surrounded the two men at the door. They weren't touching them, just standing close, their hollow eyes fixed on the terrified men. "We can't leave," Elizabeth continued. "Not until the truth is known. Not until we're remembered." Westlake nodded frantically. "I'll tell everyone. I'll make it right. Just let me go." She released him, stepping back. "No," she said softly. "You won't. None of you ever do." She turned to me then, her empty eyes finding mine. "But he will." The other spirits moved away from the door. It swung open on its own. "Go," Elizabeth said to me. "Tell our story. All of it." I didn't need to be told twice. I ran from the room, through the apartment, and out into the hallway. Behind me, I heard the door slam shut. Then the screaming started. I ran until I reached the street, not stopping until I was blocks away. When I finally looked back, the windows of apartment 3B were glowing with an eerie blue light. Then, one by one, the lights in the entire building went out. The official report stated that Richard Westlake and 2 security contractors died of carbon monoxide poisoning in apartment 3B that night. A faulty furnace was blamed. No mention was made of the fact that the furnace was in the basement, not on the 3rd floor, or that no other apartments reported elevated CO levels. I tried to tell the police what had happened, but they didn't believe me. Neither did the reporters I contacted. I was just another mentally unstable resident of the suicide apartment, as they called it. But I kept my promise. I researched every victim, tracking down their stories, their families. I created a website documenting everything: Elizabeth's murder, the subsequent suicides, the Westlake family's cover-up. I included my own experience, knowing most would dismiss it as delusion. 3 months later, the building was sold. The new owners, unaware of its history, began extensive renovations. When workers opened up the wall in apartment 3B, they found something the original investigators had missed. A small space behind the wall, just large enough for a person. And inside, bones. Not just one set, but many, layered atop each other. Forensic examination identified 7 distinct individuals, including Elizabeth Marsh and Richard Westlake. The others were identified as the previous suicide victims from apartment 3B, except they weren't suicides. Each showed evidence of having been sealed into the wall while still alive. The discovery made national news. My website was found, and my account suddenly didn't seem so crazy. Investigators reopened the cases, eventually tracing a pattern of murders across generations of the Westlake family. A twisted tradition of sacrificing people to appease whatever lived in that wall. The building was eventually demolished. A memorial garden now stands in its place, with plaques naming each victim. Elizabeth's plaque is at the center. I still dream of them sometimes, Elizabeth and the others. In my dreams, they're at peace, no longer trapped in darkness. I don't know if that's true or just my mind trying to create closure. What I do know is that I don't hear the tapping anymore. The ghosts have gone quiet. Their story has been told. But I still don't sleep well at night. Because there's one thing I haven't told you, one detail I've left out until now. The night it all ended, when I fled the apartment leaving Westlake and his men behind, I felt something follow me out. A cold presence that has never quite left my side. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear soft footsteps behind me, and occasionally, just as I'm falling asleep, I feel the gentle pressure of a withered hand on my shoulder. a reminder that some stories never truly end. They wanted to be remembered, and now I can never forget. The first thing I heard was the rustling, not the kind that mice make. This was different, more deliberate, like fingers dragging slowly across paper. I'd been in this apartment for 17 days when it started, and I remember thinking it was strange how precisely I knew that number. 17 days, as if the counting itself had been important somehow. I was lying in bed when I first noticed it. 3 in the morning, that liminal hour when the world feels thinnest. The sound came from inside my bedroom wall. A gentle scraping that traced a path upward, paused at about the height of my headboard, then continued horizontally across the wall behind me. I held my breath and listened. The rustling stopped directly behind my head. I waited, heart thumping against my ribs, for it to move on or fade away. Instead, there was a light tapping, 3 distinct taps, then silence. I told myself it was the pipes. Old buildings make noises. Everyone knows that. The radiator was probably cooling down, or maybe water hammer in the plumbing. Perfectly rational explanations. But I didn't have a radiator, and the pipes didn't run through that wall. I should back up and explain how I came to live at 1421 Blackwood Avenue. The building wasn't my first choice, it wasn't even my 5th choice. After Anna died, I couldn't stand to be in our old place anymore. Every corner held her ghost, not literally, but in memories so vivid they might as well have been apparitions. Her coffee mug in the dish rack. Her side of the closet, which I couldn't bring myself to clean out for months. The indent on her side of the mattress that never quite disappeared. 6 months after the accident, I finally listed our apartment and started looking for somewhere new. Somewhere without history. Somewhere I could maybe start breathing again. The rental market was brutal, and my budget was limited after all the medical bills and funeral expenses. I'd scrolled through dozens of overpriced shoeboxes when the listing for Blackwood Avenue appeared. The rent was suspiciously affordable. The photos showed high ceilings, hardwood floors, and windows that actually let in light. I called the property manager immediately. "It's available now?" I asked, certain there must be a catch. "Yes," said the woman on the other end. Her voice had an odd flatness to it. "The previous tenant left unexpectedly. We've had trouble keeping the unit occupied, to be honest." "What's wrong with it?" I asked. "Nothing's wrong with it," she said, too quickly. It's an older building. Some people find it too quiet." "Too quiet? In this city?" That sounded like heaven. "I'll take it," I said. She hesitated. "Don't you want to see it first?" "I've seen the photos. If it's available now, I'll take it." Maybe if I'd been less desperate, I would have questioned why she sounded almost disappointed when she agreed to email me the lease. Maybe I would have asked why the previous tenant left unexpectedly. Maybe I would have wondered why she emphasized that I could break the lease with only 30 days' notice. Just in case it's not what you expected. But I didn't. I was too focused on escaping the suffocating weight of Anna's absence. I needed somewhere new, and 1421 Blackwood Avenue was available and affordable. That was enough. I moved in on a Tuesday. The apartment was on the 3rd floor of a pre-war building with no elevator, which explains some of the affordability. My few possessions, I'd sold or donated most of our shared furniture, looked small and lost in the spacious rooms. The emptiness should have been depressing, but I found it calming. A blank slate. For the first 2 weeks, the place was perfect. Quiet, just as promised. I slept better than I had in months. No neighbors stomping overhead or blasting music through the walls. No street noise filtering up from below. Just blessed silence. Then came the 17th night, and the rustling. The morning after I first heard it, I convinced myself I'd been dreaming. Stress and grief can do strange things to your mind. I'd read somewhere that auditory hallucinations aren't uncommon in people suffering from PTSD or prolonged depression. That made sense. I was still processing Anna's death, still adapting to living alone. My brain was probably just filling the silence with phantoms. I went to work, taught my classes at the community college, graded papers during my lunch break, and returned home feeling mentally exhausted but calm. I made a simple dinner, watched an episode of some forgettable true crime show, and went to bed early. No rustling, no tapping, just the occasional normal sounds of the building settling. On the 19th night, I woke to the sound again. This time it wasn't just behind my headboard. It moved from there across the ceiling. A slow, deliberate scraping punctuated by what sounded like knuckles rapping against the drywall. I sat up, fully awake now. "Hello," I called, immediately feeling foolish. What did I expect? That something inside my walls would answer? The sound stopped. Not gradually, like something moving away, but abruptly, as if whatever was making it had frozen in place, listening. I turned on my bedside lamp. The sudden light made the corners of the room seem darker by contrast. I stared at the blank white ceiling where the sound had been. Nothing visible, of course. Just smooth plaster. Just the building settling, I said aloud, needing to hear a human voice, even if it was just my own. Old buildings make noise. I didn't fall back asleep until dawn was already beginning to lighten the edges of my curtains. When my alarm went off 2 hours later, I seriously considered calling in sick. But the thought of spending the day alone in the apartment seemed worse than dragging myself through classes on minimal sleep. That afternoon, I stopped by the building's superintendent's office in the basement. The door was ajar, revealing a cluttered room that smelled of cigarettes and machine oil. "Hello," I called. A gray-haired man emerged from behind a tall shelving unit. He was thin to the point of gauntness, with deep-set eyes that regarded me without interest. "You're the new tenant in 3B, he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, I moved in a few weeks ago. I'm having an issue with some noise in the walls." "Noise?" he repeated flatly. "Yes, scraping sounds, tapping. It's mostly at night." He studied me for a long moment. "Probably mice." "It doesn't sound like mice. It sounds bigger and more deliberate. Raccoons, maybe, or squirrels." He turned away, picking up a wrench from his workbench. "I'll put out some traps." "Thanks," I said, but he'd already shifted his attention to whatever he was fixing, dismissing me without another word. As I climbed the stairs back to the 3rd floor, I caught sight of my next-door neighbor for the first time. She was an elderly woman, stooped with age but moving with surprising quickness as she unlocked her door. I approached, intending to introduce myself and maybe ask if she'd heard any strange noises. Before I could speak, she glanced over her shoulder, saw me, and hurried inside, slamming her door shut. I heard the deadbolt turn, followed by what sounded like a security chain. "Nice to meet you too," I muttered. Walking past her door, I noticed something odd. Where my apartment was 3B and the one on the other side was 3D, hers was labeled 3C 1/2. Not 3C, 3C 1/2. As if whoever had numbered the apartments hadn't planned for hers to exist. That night, I tried to prepare myself. I took a sleeping pill, something I rarely did because they usually left me groggy the next day, and put in earplugs. I even downloaded a white noise app on my phone and placed it on the nightstand. If there were any strange sounds coming from the walls, I was determined not to hear them. I fell asleep quickly, the chemical assistance dragging me down into darkness. I don't know how long I slept before the tapping woke me. Not the distant, muffled tapping from inside the wall. This was sharp and clear, directly beside my ear. Tap, tap, tap. My eyes snapped open. The room was pitch black. The white noise from my phone had stopped, though I didn't remember turning it off. The earplugs were no longer in my ears, though I had no memory of removing them. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the wall beside my bed. But there was something different about it now. More urgent, almost angry. "Leave me alone," I whispered, my voice catching in my throat. The tapping stopped. For a brief, foolish moment I felt relief. Then I heard breathing. Not my own ragged breaths, but something else. A rasping, wet sound that seemed to come from inches away, separated from me only by the thin barrier of drywall. I lay frozen, unable to move, unable to scream. The breathing continued, speeding up slightly as if whatever made it was growing excited. Then, slowly, deliberately, the tapping began again. This time, it wasn't random. It had rhythm, pattern, 3 quick taps. Pause. 3 quick taps. Pause. 3 slow taps. Pause. 2 quick taps. It was trying to communicate. The realization broke my paralysis. I lunged for the lamp, fumbling in the dark until my fingers found the switch. Light flooded the room, and the tapping ceased immediately. I pressed my ear against the wall. Nothing. No breathing. No movement. But somehow that was worse. The sense that something was holding perfectly still, waiting for me to give up and turn off the light again. I didn't sleep any more that night. I moved to the couch in the living room, turned on all the lights in the apartment, and put on the television for company. When the sun finally rose, I called in sick to work. Then I made coffee and tried to think rationally. Old buildings settle. They creak and groan as temperature changes cause materials to expand and contract. There might be animals in the walls, squirrels or raccoons, just as the superintendent suggested. The tapping could be explained by water pipes or electrical issues, but none of those explanations accounted for the breathing, or the deliberate pattern to the taps, or the way my earplugs had been removed without my knowledge. I needed to know more about the building, and about the previous tenant of apartment 3B. The local library was quiet on a weekday morning. I found a computer terminal and began searching for information about 1421 Blackwood Avenue. There wasn't much, it was just one of thousands of pre-war apartment buildings in the city. Built in 1924, renovated in the 1980s. Nothing remarkable. On a whim, I searched for news articles mentioning the address. To my surprise, there was one from about 8 months earlier. "Tenant found dead in Blackwood Avenue apartment," read the headline. My heart sank as I skimmed the article. A woman named Claire Marsh, 34, had been found deceased in her apartment after neighbors complained of a strange smell. The cause of death was listed as undetermined pending investigation. But the article mentioned that there were no signs of forced entry and police weren't treating it as suspicious. The apartment number wasn't specified, but given the timing, it had been vacant when I inquired. It had to be 3B, my apartment. I searched for follow-up articles, but found nothing. Either the investigation had concluded it was natural causes, or it hadn't been deemed newsworthy enough for further coverage. I was about to log off when a thought occurred to me. I searched for 1421 Blackwood Avenue plus history plus unusual. Most of the results were irrelevant, but one caught my eye. A blog post on a local history website titled "The Curious Case of Blackwood Avenue's Missing Spaces." I clicked on it. The post was written by an amateur historian who had been researching architectural anomalies in the city's older buildings. They noted that 1421 Blackwood Avenue had an unusual floor plan compared to other buildings of its era. Specifically, there appeared to be unaccounted for space between some of the apartments. Narrow gaps in the building's layout that didn't correspond to anything on the official plans. It's as if the architect deliberately created hidden spaces between the walls. The blogger wrote, "Spaces too narrow to be rooms, but wider than would be necessary for structural support or utilities." I thought about my neighbor's apartment 3C1/2, a half apartment wedged into a space that shouldn't logically exist. The blogger had tried to investigate further, but had been denied access to the building by the management company. They concluded the post by speculating that the unusual design might have been related to Prohibition-era smuggling, or perhaps to the original architect's rumored interest in esoteric philosophies that assigned mystical significance to hidden spaces. It was interesting, but not necessarily relevant to my current problem. Still, as I walked home, I found myself thinking about those gaps between walls, about spaces that existed but weren't acknowledged in the official plans, about my neighbor in 3C1/2, who had been so eager to avoid speaking to me. When I returned to my apartment that afternoon, I found a note had been slipped under my door. The handwriting was shaky but legible. "I heard you asking about noises. They hear you too. Don't acknowledge them. Don't respond. They're listening for you. M in 3C1/2". I stared at the note, a cold weight settling in my stomach. M. My neighbor who had rushed inside rather than speak to me, who lived in an apartment that shouldn't exist. I grabbed my keys and stepped back into the hallway, intending to knock on her door and demand an explanation. But I stopped short when I saw that her door was ajar, just slightly. Through the narrow gap, I could see darkness within. "Hello," I called. "Em? It's your neighbor from 3B. No response. The door didn't move. Something told me not to step closer, not to push that door open wider. Instead, I returned to my apartment, locked the deadbolt behind me, and called the building manager. "I'm concerned about my neighbor," I said when she answered. "The elderly woman in 3C1/2. Her door is open, but she's not responding." 3C1/2? The manager sounded confused. "There is no 3C1/2. Of course there is. It's right next to my apartment, between 3B and 3D. Sir, the apartments go from 3B directly to 3D. There is no 3C or 3C1/2. Are you feeling all right?" I hung up without answering and went back to the hallway. The door was still there, still labeled 3C1/2, still slightly ajar. I took out my phone and snapped a photo, then returned to my apartment and texted it to the manager. "Then what's this?" I wrote. She didn't respond. 10 minutes later, I tried calling again, but it went straight to voicemail. I spent the rest of the day in a state of agitated confusion. I tried to grade papers, tried to watch television, tried to do anything that would distract me from the growing sense that something was fundamentally wrong with my building, with the very architecture around me. But my thoughts kept returning to those spaces between walls, to the neighbor who supposedly didn't exist, to the previous tenant found dead of undetermined causes. As evening fell, I found myself staring at the wall behind my bed, the one where I'd heard the rustling and tapping. On impulse, I pressed my palm against it and pushed. The drywall felt wrong, not solid the way a wall should be. It had a slight give to it, almost like it was stretched over a void. I pulled my hand back as if burned. Then, forcing myself to be methodical, I began tapping along the wall, listening for changes in the sound that might indicate hollow spaces or unusual construction. Most of the wall sounded normal, but about 2 feet to the right of my headboard, the tone changed. The taps became duller, as if the space behind the wall was absorbing the sound rather than reflecting it back. I needed to see what was behind there, but I wasn't about to start smashing holes in the wall of a rented apartment. Instead, I searched the apartment for tools and found a small flashlight and a plastic ruler in a kitchen drawer. Back in the bedroom, I identified an electrical outlet near the anomalous section of wall. I unscrewed the outlet cover and carefully pulled it forward, creating a small gap between the outlet box and the wall. Then I aimed the flashlight into the gap and peered inside. I expected to see the normal interior of a wall, insulation, wiring, the back of the drywall from the adjacent apartment. What I saw instead made my blood run cold. There was space behind the wall. Not the narrow gap you'd expect, but what looked like a passage, a tight corridor that shouldn't have existed. The beam of my flashlight didn't penetrate far enough to see where it led, but it illuminated the nearest section. Bare wooden supports, decades-old dust, and something else, scratches in the wood. Deep gouges, as if made by fingernails dragging repeatedly across the surface. I pulled back, my heart racing. This couldn't be real. Walls don't have secret passages behind them. Buildings don't have spaces that aren't on the plans. Except, according to that blog post, this one did. I replaced the outlet cover with shaking hands. As I tightened the last screw, I heard something from inside the wall. A subtle shift, like weight being redistributed, like something adjusting its position, like something that had been watching me had just moved. I didn't sleep in the bedroom that night. I made a makeshift bed on the couch and left all the lights on, the TV playing quietly for company. I told myself I would call the superintendent in the morning, insist that he check the walls for structural issues, maybe even demand to be released from my lease. But exhaustion eventually overcame my fear. I drifted off sometime after midnight, the monotonous drone of a late-night infomercial lulling me to sleep. I woke to darkness. The TV was off. All the lights were off. And there was someone sitting in the armchair across from the couch. I could make out only a silhouette, the suggestion of a human form, motionless against the deeper darkness. I couldn't see a face, couldn't hear breathing, but I could feel attention focused on me, unwavering and intense. I lay perfectly still, afraid that any movement would provoke. What? I didn't know. I just knew with absolute certainty that I was in the presence of something that meant me harm. The silence stretched, became unbearable. Finally, dry-mouthed and trembling, I spoke. "Who are you?" The figure didn't respond, didn't move, but the quality of the silence changed, becoming heavier, almost expectant. "What do you want?" I tried again. Slowly, with deliberate precision, the figure raised one arm. Even in the darkness, I could see that something was wrong with the proportions. The arm was too long, the fingers too numerous as they extended toward me. Then it tapped the air between us. 3 quick taps. Pause. 3 quick taps. Pause. 3 slow taps. Pause. 2 quick taps. The same pattern I'd heard through the wall. I scrambled upright, fumbling for the lamp beside the couch. My fingers found the switch and light flooded the room. The armchair was empty, but on the coffee table in front of me was a note that hadn't been there when I fell asleep. The same shaky handwriting from before. "I told you not to respond. They know you can hear them now. M." I backed away from the note as if it might bite me. Then, driven by a desperate need to understand what was happening, I grabbed my keys and went into the hallway. I would confront M directly, make her explain these cryptic warnings. But when I reached the spot where apartment 3C1/2 should have been, there was nothing but blank wall. No door, no apartment number, just uninterrupted wallpaper between 3B and 3D. I pressed my hands against the wall where the door had been, searching for seams or hidden panels. Nothing. It was solid, as if no door had ever existed there. I was still standing there, palms flat against the wall, when the door to 3D opened. A middle-aged man peered out at me, brow furrowed in concern. "Are you okay?" he asked. I gestured helplessly at the wall. There was a door here, an apartment, 3C1/2. An elderly woman lived there. He looked genuinely confused. "I've lived here for 6 years, and there's never been another apartment between us. Are you sure you're feeling all right?" No, I wasn't sure of anything anymore. I mumbled an apology and retreated to my apartment, locking the door behind me. The note was still on my coffee table, tangible evidence that I wasn't completely losing my mind. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. The paper was yellowed with age, the edges worn as if it had been handled many times. How had M delivered it if her apartment didn't exist? How had she known about the tapping? And what did she mean? "They know you can hear them now." Who were they? I called in sick to work again the next day. I couldn't face teaching, couldn't pretend everything was normal when my reality was unraveling around me. Instead, I went back to the library, searching for more information about Blackwood Avenue, about hidden spaces, about anything that might explain what was happening. I found nothing new about the building itself, but I did discover something about Claire Marsh, the previous tenant who had died in my apartment. An obituary in the local paper mentioned that before her death, she had been working on a research project about architectural abnormalities and liminal spaces in pre-war buildings. The connection to the blog post I'd found earlier was unmistakable. Claire had been investigating the same strange gaps in the building that I'd now discovered. And now she was dead, from undetermined causes. The obituary mentioned a sister, Elise Marsh, who had arranged the funeral. After some searching, I found Elise's email address through the alumni directory of the university where Claire had studied. I composed a careful message. "Dear Ms. Marsh, I hope this email finds you well. My name is Daniel Weiss, and I recently moved into the apartment at 1421 Blackwood Avenue where your sister Claire previously lived. I'm reaching out because I've been experiencing some unusual occurrences in the apartment, and I wondered if Claire ever mentioned anything similar to you. I understand this may be a difficult subject, and I apologize for any distress my inquiry might cause. If you're willing to discuss this, I would be very grateful. Sincerely, Daniel." I sent it without much hope of a response. But to my surprise, a reply came within an hour. "Mr. Weiss, get out of that apartment immediately. Don't pack. Don't delay. Just leave. Claire tried to warn me about what she found in those walls. But I didn't believe her until it was too late. They hear everything. They watch through the spaces between. And once they know you're aware of them, they won't stop until they take you too. For your own sake, get out now. Elise. I stared at the screen, my mouth dry. The urgency in her message was palpable, the fear genuine. But who was they? What had Claire found? And what had really happened to her? I hit reply and typed quickly. Elise, please. I need to understand what's happening. What did Claire find? Who are they? What's in the walls of this building? Her response came even faster this time. I don't know everything. Claire became obsessed with the building's architecture, with the spaces that shouldn't exist. She found old journals from the original architect in the city archives, Matthias Blackwood. He wrote about engineering spaces for entities that exist between dimensions, called them the dwellers in walls, said they needed human awareness to fully manifest. Claire stopped sleeping, said she could hear them moving at night, tapping in patterns. She started responding to the taps. Then she started seeing things. Shadows that moved wrong, figures that appeared in empty rooms. The last time I spoke to her, she said there was a woman in the building trying to warn her, but management insisted the woman didn't exist. 3 days later, they found her dead. The official report said heart failure, but her face looked like she'd seen something no human should see. Please, Daniel, get out of that apartment. Don't make the same mistake Claire did. I closed my laptop, my mind racing. The dwellers in walls. Entities that exist between dimensions. It sounded insane. The ravings of a delusional architect, perhaps, or the grief-stricken imaginings of a woman who had lost her sister. Except I'd heard the tapping too. I'd seen the hidden passage behind my wall. I'd encountered the mysterious neighbor who appeared and disappeared, whose apartment existed one day and vanished the next. And I'd felt the presence watching me in the dark. I needed to see those journals Elise had mentioned. I needed to understand what Matthias Blackwood had built into this building, what spaces he had created, and for what purpose. But first, I needed to survive the night. I didn't return to the apartment. Instead, I checked into a cheap motel a few miles away, paying cash. I needed time to think, to plan my next move. If what Elise said was true, if something in the walls had killed Claire Marsh, then I couldn't risk going back unprepared. The motel room was cramped and smelled of cigarettes, but it had solid concrete walls. No hidden passages. No spaces in between. I felt safer there, though I still found myself listening for tapping sounds, still found myself checking the corners of the room for watching shadows. The next morning, I went to the city archives. The staff were helpful once I explained I was researching historic architecture for a possible academic paper. They directed me to the collection of materials related to Matthias Blackwood, which included building plans, correspondence, and, most importantly, his personal journals. The journals were fragile, the pages brittle with age. Blackwood's handwriting was precise but cramped, filling every available space on the page, as if he was pathologically averse to leaving any blank areas. I skimmed through the earlier volumes, which mostly contained conventional architectural notes and observations. But the later journals, from the period when he was designing 1421 Blackwood Avenue, were different. The writing became more frantic, the language more obscure. He wrote of entities that exist in the thin spaces between our reality and others, beings that press against the membrane of our world, seeking entry. Blackwood had become convinced that these entities, he called them dwellers, could only fully manifest if they were perceived by human consciousness. They existed in a state of quantum uncertainty, neither fully present nor fully absent until observed. And he believed he could engineer spaces that would allow them to partially materialize, liminal zones where reality was thinner. The dwellers communicate through repetition, he wrote. They tap in patterns, seeking response. Once acknowledged, they gain substance. Once named, they gain power. The walls must be constructed to contain them, but also to give them the space they require. Too solid, and they cannot enter. Too hollow, and they cannot be controlled. The final journal entries became increasingly unhinged. Blackwood wrote of hearing tapping from inside his office walls, of catching glimpses of elongated figures moving in his peripheral vision, of waking to find someone, something, sitting at the foot of his bed, vanishing when he lit a lamp. The last entry was dated just 2 weeks before the completion of 1421 Blackwood Avenue. They are coming through more strongly now. I've created exactly what they needed. Spaces that exist but don't exist. Rooms between rooms. Passages that connect nothing to nothing. M says I've gone too far, that we must seal the building and never let anyone live there. But it's too late for that. They're already here. They're already watching. And now they've seen me too. The journal ended there. According to a newspaper clipping filed with the journals, Matthias Blackwood disappeared 3 days after writing that entry. His body was never found. As I replaced the journals in their archival box, a small envelope fell out. Something I hadn't noticed before. Inside was a single sheet of paper much newer than the journals. A letter dated just 7 months earlier, written in a hurried hand. To whoever finds this, my name is Claire Marsh. I've been researching Matthias Blackwood and his building at 1421 Blackwood Avenue, where I currently live. Everything he wrote about the dwellers is true. They exist in the spaces between walls. They communicate through tapping. And once they know you can hear them, they won't stop until they take you. There's a woman in the building. She calls herself M. She tries to warn new tenants, but management removes all trace of her whenever someone complains. I think she might be connected to Blackwood somehow. She told me not to respond to the tapping, but it was too late. I'd already answered them. If you're reading this, you're probably researching the building too. My advice is to stop. Burn your notes. Forget what you've learned. And whatever you do, don't move into 1421 Blackwood Avenue. They're coming for me tonight. I can feel it. They're no longer content to watch from the walls. They want to take me into their spaces. May God have mercy on my soul. Claire Marsh. I sat motionless, the letter trembling in my hands. Claire had hidden this here, knowing someone else might eventually follow the same research path she had. Knowing they might need to be warned, just as M had tried to warn me. M. The initial matched, could she somehow be connected to Matthias Blackwood? But that was impossible. Blackwood had lived a century ago. His contemporaries would all be long dead. Unless the spaces between walls didn't just contain the dwellers. Unless there were people trapped there too. People like Blackwood himself, perhaps. People like Claire. People who might someday include me. I didn't go back to the apartment that night either. I extended my stay at the motel, trying to decide what to do next. The rational part of my mind argued that this was all absurd. Ghost stories and delusions, nothing more. I should simply break my lease, find another apartment, and forget about Blackwood Avenue and its supposedly haunted walls. But I couldn't forget the tapping. Couldn't forget the presence I'd felt watching me in the dark. Couldn't forget M's warnings, or the hidden passage I'd glimpsed behind my wall. And I couldn't forget Claire's fate. On the third night away from the apartment, I woke at 3 a.m. to a familiar sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from inside the motel room wall. I sat bolt upright, staring at the wall beside the bed. It was impossible. I was miles from Blackwood Avenue. Whatever was in those walls couldn't have followed me here. Tap, tap, tap. The same pattern as before. 3 quick taps. Pause. 3 quick taps. Pause. 3 slow taps. Pause. 2 quick taps. No, I whispered. You're not real. You can't be here. The tapping stopped. Then came a new sound. A soft scraping, like fingernails dragging slowly across the inside of the wall. It traced a path upward, then horizontally, coming to a stop directly behind where I sat frozen on the bed. For a long moment, there was silence. Then a voice spoke, muffled by the wall, but clearly audible. A woman's voice, tremulous with age or fear. They followed you, said M. I tried to warn you, but you didn't listen. Now they know you. They've tasted your awareness. And they won't stop until they have you. M. I pressed my hand against the wall. How are you here? How is this possible? The spaces aren't just in the building, she said. They're everywhere. Once you know how to find them. Once you know how to travel through them. Her voice lowered to a whisper. Once you become part of them. Who are you? I demanded. What's happening to me? My name is Margaret Blackwood. I was Matthias's wife. The impossibility of this statement hung in the air between us. I tried to stop him from completing the building. When I couldn't, I tried to warn the tenants. But the dwellers, they took me, drew me into their spaces. Now I exist between the walls, between dimensions, neither fully here nor fully gone. And Claire? I asked, dreading the answer. She's here too, with the others, with all of us who knew too much, who heard the tapping and answered. A pause. They're coming for you next. Tonight. How do I stop them? My voice had risen, panic edging into it. How do I get away? You can't get away, said Em. Not anymore. Once they know you, distance doesn't matter. Walls don't matter. They'll find the spaces nearest to you and come through. Then what do I do? Come back to the apartment. Face them on their own terms. It's your only chance. That's insane, I said. If I go back there, if you don't, they'll take you anyway. But if you return willingly, there's a chance, a small chance, you can seal the passages. Matthias left a way hidden in the walls, a mechanism to close the spaces permanently. Why haven't you used it? I asked. Because I can't touch it. None of us can. We're part of the spaces now, part of what exists between the walls. Only someone still fully in your reality can operate the mechanism. What is it? Where do I find it? Behind the wall in your bedroom, where you heard the first tapping. There's a panel. Matthias disguised it well, but you'll find it if you look closely. Inside is a brass device, like a clock, but with symbols instead of numbers. Turn it counterclockwise until it stops. That will seal the passages. Why should I trust you? I asked. How do I know this isn't a trick to lure me back? There was a long silence. Then, you shouldn't trust me. I've been here too long. I've become something else. Part of me wants to help you, but part of me, her voice changed, becoming lower, harsher. Part of me hungers for company in these endless spaces. The wall bulged outward slightly, as if something were pressing against it from within. I scrambled back, falling off the far side of the bed. Come back to the apartment, Daniel, said Em, her voice distorting further with each word. Face what's coming. It's your only chance. Then the wall flattened again, and she was gone. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of the motel room, as far from the walls as possible. When dawn finally broke, I checked out and drove to a coffee shop, where I sat for hours, trying to decide what to do. If I ran, would they follow me forever? If I went back, was I walking into a trap? Was there really a mechanism that could seal the spaces? Or was that just bait to lure me back? In the end, the decision was made for me. As I sat nursing my fourth cup of coffee, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Tonight they come whether you return or not. Your only hope is the mechanism. See, Claire Marsh. Another impossibility. Another voice from the spaces between. I drove back to 1421 Blackwood Avenue as the sun was setting. My car filled with supplies, flashlights, tools, salt, because why not? It works in ghost stories, and a small crowbar. Whatever was waiting for me in that apartment, I wasn't going unprepared. The building seemed quieter than usual as I climbed the stairs to the third floor. No sounds from the other apartments. No sign of any other tenants. The hallway was dimmer too, as if the overhead lights were being partially absorbed by the shadows. I paused outside my door, key in hand. There was still time to run, to get in my car and drive as far away as possible. But then I remembered Em's words. Once they know you, distance doesn't matter. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The apartment was exactly as I'd left it 3 days earlier. The makeshift bed on the couch, the note on the coffee table, the eerie stillness of a space that felt both empty and occupied at the same time. I went straight to the bedroom, not allowing myself to hesitate. The wall behind my bed looked ordinary. Smooth white paint, unbroken except for the electrical outlet I'd examined before. But now I knew what I was looking for. I ran my hands over the surface, feeling for inconsistencies. About a foot to the right of the headboard, My fingers detected a slight change in texture, a barely perceptible seam in the paint. I followed it, tracing the outline of what seemed to be a rectangular panel about 2 feet square. I pressed against different spots, trying to trigger a hidden mechanism. Nothing happened. Growing impatient, I took out the crowbar and carefully worked it into the almost invisible seam. With gentle pressure, I pried the panel away from the wall. Behind it was a shallow recess, and fixed to the back of the recess was exactly what M had described. A brass device that resembled a clock, but with strange symbols around its face instead of numbers. The symbols looked ancient, possibly Sumerian or Akkadian. Flowing lines and wedge-shaped marks that seemed to swim before my eyes when I tried to focus on them. In the center was a small brass handle. All I had to do was turn it counterclockwise until it stopped, and the spaces would be sealed. The dwellers would be trapped on their side of reality. I would be safe. I reached for the handle. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The voice came from behind me. I spun around to find Claire Marsh standing in the doorway. She looked solid, real. A woman in her mid-30s with curly dark hair and tired eyes. But there was something wrong about her edges, as if she wasn't quite in focus. As if she was both here and not here simultaneously. "Claire," I said, "what's left of me?" Her smile was sad. "Em sent you back here, didn't she? Told you about the mechanism? About sealing the spaces?" I nodded, wary. "She said it's my only chance." Claire stepped into the room, her movements fluid but somehow wrong. Too smooth, as if she were gliding rather than walking. She wasn't lying about that part, but she didn't tell you everything. What didn't she tell me? The mechanism doesn't just seal the spaces, collapses them. Everything inside them, the dwellers, the people they've taken, all of it gets erased, including M herself. I took a step back, my hands still hovering near the brass handle. Why would she want that? Why send me to destroy her? Because she's been here too long. We all have. Existing in the spaces. It changes you, makes you both more and less than human. Eventually, it drives you mad. Claire looked down at her hands, which seemed to flicker slightly, like a faulty hologram. Some of us want it to end, want peace. But others have embraced what they've become. They don't want the spaces sealed. They want more people to join them, more awareness to feed on. I thought of the presence I'd felt watching me in the dark, of the figure in the armchair that had tapped out that eerie pattern. Which are you, Claire? Do you want peace, or do you want company? Her eyes met mine, and for a moment they seemed to contain depths beyond human comprehension, windows into the spaces between spaces. "I want it to end," she whispered, "but not everyone here agrees." From the walls around us came a sudden chorus of tapping, dozens of distinct patterns overlapping, creating a cacophony of knocks and scrapes that seemed to vibrate through my bones. "They know what you're about to do," said Claire. "They're coming to stop you." The tapping grew louder, more frantic. The walls began to bulge inward in places, as if something were pushing against them from the other side. The drywall cracked, hairline fractures spreading across the surface like spider webs. "Do it now," urged Claire, "before they break through." I turned back to the brass mechanism, grasped the handle firmly, and began to turn it counterclockwise. It moved stiffly at first, then more freely as ancient gears engaged within. The symbols around the face began to glow with a pale blue light. Behind me, I heard Claire gasp. When I glanced back, I saw her form flickering more rapidly, becoming transparent in places. "It's working," she said, her voice growing fainter. "Thank you." The tapping had become a pounding now, the walls visibly flexing with each impact. Plaster dust rained down from cracks in the ceiling. The air felt thick, charged with static electricity. "Keep turning," Claire urged, her voice now barely audible. "Don't stop, no matter what happens." I turned the handle faster, my arm aching with the effort. The mechanism's blue glow intensified, casting harsh shadows across the room. The symbols were definitely moving now, rotating slowly in the opposite direction from the handle. Suddenly, the wall to my left split open, not cracking or breaking, but parting like a curtain. Through the gap, I caught a glimpse of something impossible. A vast, shadowy space that seemed to extend infinitely in all directions, filled with angular structures that defied Euclidean geometry. And moving among those structures were figures, elongated, fluid shapes that might once have been human but had been stretched and distorted beyond recognition. One of those figures detached itself from the others and glided toward the opening in my wall. As it approached, it began to take on a more recognizable form, that of an elderly woman with stooped shoulders and hollow eyes. "Stop," said Em, her voice resonating not through air but directly inside my skull. "You don't understand what you're doing. Don't listen to her." Claire's voice was almost gone now, her form barely visible. "She's one of them now. She wants to take you too." Em stepped through the gap in the wall, fully materializing in my bedroom. But she wasn't alone. Behind her came others, shadowy figures that slipped through the growing cracks in reality, their forms shifting between human and something decidedly not. "The spaces must remain," said Em. Her mouth didn't move as she spoke. "They are the future, the evolution of consciousness. Leave the mechanism. Join us instead." She extended her hand toward me, a hand that had too many joints, too many fingers, as if it had been reimagined by someone who had only the vaguest idea of human anatomy. I turned back to the mechanism and continued turning the handle more desperately now. It was growing harder to move, as if something were resisting my efforts. "You will join us either way," said Em. "But if you destroy the spaces, you destroy yourself as well. You're already part of them, part of us." A flicker of doubt made me hesitate. Was she right? Had I already been changed by my contact with the spaces, with the dwellers? Was I already partially in their reality, like Claire and Em? The blue glow from the mechanism had spread now, filling the room with its eerie light. The symbols had accelerated their rotation, blurring into a continuous circle of luminous script. "Almost there," whispered Claire's fading voice. "Just a little more." Em and the other figures had completely entered the room now. They formed a semicircle around me, their bodies sometimes solid, sometimes transparent, always wrong in subtle ways that made my eyes hurt to look at them. "Even if you seal the spaces," said Em, "they will eventually reopen." Matthias knew this. That's why he built in the mechanism, not as a permanent solution but as a reset. A way to start over when the dwellers grew too powerful, too numerous. Her words hit me like a physical blow. If she was telling the truth, then I wasn't ending this. I was just delaying it, pushing the problem into the future for someone else to face. But as I looked at the figures surrounding me, at what remained of Em and Claire and who knew how many others trapped in the spaces between walls, I realized it didn't matter. Even a temporary solution was better than surrender. I put all my remaining strength into one final turn of the handle. It reached the end of its rotation with a definitive click. The blue glow flared blindingly bright. The symbols stopped rotating and began to rearrange themselves, forming new patterns, new meanings. The walls around me shuddered, not with the pounding of the dwellers now, but with a deeper, more fundamental vibration. Em screamed, a sound no human throat could produce. The other figures writhed and twisted, their forms elongating and contracting as if being pulled by invisible forces. "It's done," said Claire, her voice suddenly stronger again. "The spaces are collapsing." The gap in the wall was sealing itself, the impossible vista beyond it folding in on itself like a piece of paper being crumpled. Em and the other figures were being drawn back toward it, their bodies stretching and distorting as they fought against the pull. "This isn't the end." Em's voice resonated in my head. "The spaces always return, always, and when they do, we'll be waiting." Then she was gone, sucked back through the rapidly closing gap along with the others. The cracks in the walls sealed themselves, leaving the surfaces smooth and unmarked. The blue glow from the mechanism faded to nothing, and I was alone in the room, or not quite alone. Claire still stood by the doorway, but she was different now, more solid, more present. Her edges no longer flickered. "It worked," she said, looking down at her hands in wonder. "The spaces collapsed, but somehow, I'm still here." I stared at her, trying to make sense of what had happened. How is that possible? I don't know. She met my gaze, her eyes now fully human, filled with cautious hope. Maybe because I wanted to return. Maybe because I was newer to the spaces, less changed by them. Or maybe, I suggested, because the mechanism doesn't destroy everything in the spaces. Maybe it just sorts things, sends the dwellers back where they came from, and returns the human elements to our reality. Claire nodded slowly. It's possible. Matthias Blackwood was brilliant in his own disturbed way. He might have built in safeguards we don't understand. I replaced the panel over the recess in the wall, covering the brass mechanism once more. M said this was just a reset, that the spaces will eventually reopen. They will, said Claire. Maybe not for decades, maybe not in our lifetimes, but eventually, yes. The boundaries between realities are thinner in some places than others. 1421 Blackwood Avenue is one of those places. So all we've done is buy time? Claire smiled, a genuine smile that transformed her tired face. Time is all any of us ever has. And now we have more of it than we did before. We left the apartment that night, both of us carrying only what we could fit in a single bag. Neither of us wanted to spend another minute in that building, even with the spaces sealed and the dwellers banished back to their own reality. Claire had nowhere to go. Legally, she was dead. Her life ended months ago according to official records. But she was adamant about one thing. We needed to document what had happened, to warn others, in case the spaces reopened sooner than expected. So we drove to her sister Elisa's house, arriving just before midnight. The reunion was complicated. Shock, disbelief, joy mingled with lingering grief and confusion. But eventually, after hours of explanation and tears, Elise accepted the impossible truth that her sister had returned from somewhere beyond death. In the weeks that followed, we compiled everything we knew about Matthias Blackwood, about 1421 Blackwood Avenue, about the spaces between walls and the entities that dwelled there. We created multiple copies of our findings, storing them in different locations, safety deposit boxes, online archives protected by encryption, even a time capsule buried in Elisa's backyard. Claire insisted that we include detailed instructions on how to find and operate the brass mechanism. Just in case, she said. In case the spaces reopen while the building still stands. In case someone else finds themselves hearing tapping from inside their walls. I agreed, though part of me hoped the information would never be needed. That whatever Matthias Blackwood had done to seal the spaces would last forever. Or at least until 1421 Blackwood Avenue was demolished and rebuilt. Claire and I remained connected, I suppose you could say. Not romantically, but bound by an experience that no one else could truly comprehend. We both had nightmares, vivid dreams of endless angular structures, of elongated figures that moved too fluidly, of tapping sounds that formed patterns just on the edge of meaning. Sometimes, when I woke from those nightmares, I would find myself listening intently to the walls of my new apartment, searching for familiar sounds. And sometimes, just sometimes, I thought I could hear the faintest rustling, the most distant tapping. 3 quick taps. Pause. 3 quick taps. Pause. 3 slow taps. Pause. 2 quick taps. But I never responded. I knew better now. They're still out there, the dwellers in walls. Still pressing against the thin membrane between their reality and ours. Still seeking entry. Still listening for anyone who might answer their tapping. And one day, the spaces between walls will reopen. The brass mechanism will need to be turned again. Someone else will have to face what Claire and I faced. If you're reading this, if you found our warning, then perhaps that someone is you. Perhaps you've heard the rustling, the tapping. Perhaps you felt eyes watching you from empty corners, or glimpsed movement in your peripheral vision. So remember this, don't respond. Don't acknowledge them. Don't let them know you can hear, because the spaces between walls aren't empty, and they're listening for you. The end. I've never told anyone how my mother really died. The official report says complications from pneumonia. Dexterous medical language that neatly avoided the truth. That what killed my mother began years before her final breath in that sterile hospital room. What killed her was the house. What killed her was me. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up. My name is Ellis Mercer. For months ago, I received a call from my sister, Charlotte, informing me that our mother had passed away. We hadn't spoken in nearly 7 years. Not since that night in the house when everything fell apart. Charlotte's voice was hollow, mechanical over the phone, as if she were reading from a script. "She left the house to you," she said without preamble. "Everything inside it, too." "I don't want it," I replied instantly. There was a long pause on the line, and I could hear Charlotte's measured breathing. "Too bad. It's yours. I've already signed off on it." "Charlotte, I'm never going back there, Ellis. Never. If you want to sell it, burn it down, whatever, that's on you. But I've washed my hands of it." Then she hung up. I stared at my phone for a long time afterward. Number 27 Elderwood Lane. The house I'd grown up in. The house I'd fled when I was 22 and swore never to return to. And now, by some cosmic joke, it belonged to me. For weeks, I tried to ignore the reality of my inheritance. I worked my dead-end job at the accounting firm, drank too much at night, and pretended the house didn't exist. But it was always there, lurking in the corners of my mind like a shadow that grows longer as the day wanes. Eventually, exhaustion won out. I collapsed on the living room sofa, my body finally surrendering to fatigue even as my mind screamed to stay alert. I don't know how long I slept, but I awoke to find the house transformed. All the lights were out, not just burned out but gone, as if electricity had never existed. The windows showed neither day nor night, but a strange twilight dimness. The furniture had changed subtly, older versions of the pieces I remembered, worn in different places, positioned slightly wrong. It was my childhood home, but not. I was in the in-between place now, the liminal space my father had discovered. "Do you understand now?" The voice came from behind me. I turned slowly, knowing what I would see but dreading it all the same. A figure stood in the doorway, humanoid, but wrong. Its proportions were slightly off, its limbs too long, its head tilted at an impossible angle. It wore my face like an ill-fitting mask, the features sliding slightly as it spoke. "You've been the keeper all along, Ellis. Since that night you witnessed your father's transition. The door recognized you, chose you. All these years, even from a distance, you've been maintaining the threshold." I shook my head, backing away. "I don't understand." "Don't you?" The thing wearing my face moved closer, its movements jerky, like a marionette with tangled strings. "Why do you think you've never settled anywhere? Never formed lasting connections? Always felt apart? You belong to the threshold, to the space between, to here." Images flashed through my mind, my failed relationships, my transient lifestyle, the persistent feeling of displacement that had followed me all my life. Always the outsider, always the observer, never fully present. "Your mother knew," it continued. "She tried to protect you by keeping you away, but distance doesn't matter to the threshold. You carry it with you. You are it." "No," I whispered, though a terrible certainty was dawning. "My mother died of pneumonia." The thing laughed. My laugh, but hollow. "Your mother died because she tried to destroy the door, to set you free. She failed." More memories surfaced. My last conversation with my mother years ago, her cryptic warnings, her insistence that I never return to the house, the fear in her voice when I mentioned having dreams about doors that couldn't be opened. "What happens now?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. "Now you take your place," it said simply. "You become the conscious keeper, the one who maintains the threshold willingly, rather than by accident. The door needs tending, Ellis, feeding. The worlds need their boundaries. And if I refuse?" Its smile widened unnaturally, stretching beyond the confines of my borrowed face. "The same thing that happened to your father. The threshold collapses. The worlds bleed together. Everything you love in your world dies." It gestured around us. "This is just one house, one weak point. Imagine every weak point between worlds failing simultaneously. Chaos. destruction, the end of everything you know. I thought of my sister, Charlotte, of Susan and her family, of the life I'd built, incomplete as it was. If what this thing said was true, they would all be consumed if the threshold failed. I need to think, I said. The thing shrugged, a too fluid motion that rippled through its misshapen body. Think, consider, but know that the door has been weakening since your mother's attempt to destroy it. You felt it, haven't you? The increasing pull, the dreams, the voices in quiet rooms. That's the threshold calling you home. You turned to leave, its form flickering like a bad television signal. At the doorway, it paused and looked back. You have until dawn to decide. Come to the door willingly or be taken. Then it was gone, leaving me alone in the not quite right version of my childhood home. I sank onto the sofa, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be a hallucination, a breakdown triggered by returning to the house and reading my parents' disturbing journals. Yet the certainty in my gut told me otherwise. The pieces fit together too perfectly. My father's research, my mother's fear, my own lifelong sense of dislocation. I had always been the keeper. I just hadn't known it. But maybe there was another way. My father had tried to understand the door. My mother had tried to destroy it. Both had failed. What if there was a third option? I made my way back to the basement, or rather, the basement version that existed in this liminal space. Here, the door was fully visible, no shelving unit hiding it. It pulsed with that same cold blue light I remembered from my childhood. The symbols etched around it were clearer now, and somehow I could read them. Not with my eyes, but with some deeper understanding that hummed in my bones. They spoke of boundaries and passages, of keeping and binding, of balance. Balance. That was the key. The door didn't need a keeper to maintain it. It needed balance. All these years, it had been using me as an unwitting anchor, draining my life force to maintain the threshold because the original mechanism had failed. That's why I had always felt depleted, disconnected. The door was feeding on me. If I could restore the proper balance, a conscious exchange rather than parasitic feeding, perhaps I could free myself while still maintaining the threshold. I placed my hands on the door, feeling the cold energy pulse through me. I closed my eyes and focused on the connection I'd unknowingly maintained for 20 years. Rather than fighting it or surrendering to it, I acknowledged it, accepted it, and then, deliberately, I began to reshape it. I can't explain how I knew what to do. The knowledge seemed to come from the door itself, or perhaps had always been within me, dormant until this moment. I visualized the energy flow changing, no longer a one-way drain, but a circuit. Give and take. Balance. The symbols around the door began to shift, rearranging themselves into new patterns. The blue light flared brightly, then steadied into a gentler pulse. The cold receded, replaced by a neutral warmth. When I opened my eyes, I was no longer in the liminal space. I was back in the real basement of my childhood home. The shelving unit moved aside, the door visible but no longer shifting or hurting my eyes to look at. It was just a door now, strange and ancient, but no longer impossible. And I was still me, still Ellis Mercer, but also, now consciously, the keeper of the threshold. I understood then what I had to do. I could not escape this responsibility. It had been mine since that Halloween night when I'd witnessed my father's attempt to open the door. But I could define its terms. I could create balance. I couldn't leave the house permanently. The connection was too strong, the responsibility too great. But I didn't have to be consumed by it either. I could maintain the threshold with conscious intent rather than being drained by it unknowingly. In the months that followed, I established a new relationship with the house and the door. I didn't sell the property as planned, but kept it as a second home. I would spend weekends there, sometimes full weeks, tending to the threshold, maintaining the balance. When away, I performed small rituals that strengthened the connection without depleting me. I reached out to Charlotte, trying to mend our broken relationship. She refused to come to the house but agreed to meet me elsewhere. Slowly, cautiously, we began to rebuild what had been lost. I learned more about the previous keepers, those who had lived in the house before my family. Some had gone mad fighting against their role. Others had surrendered completely and been consumed. The lucky few had found balance, as I was attempting to do. Frank had known more than he'd told me. Among his papers, which Susan gave me after his funeral, I found correspondence with my father dating back years before we'd moved into the house. Frank had been researching liminal spaces himself and had recognized the signs when strange things began happening to our family. As for the entity, the thing that had worn my face in the in-between place, I encountered it occasionally, usually in mirrors or in the moments between sleeping and waking. It was the embodiment of the threshold itself, neither good nor evil, simply maintaining the natural order. We had reached an understanding of sorts. I still hear the scratching in the walls sometimes, still catch glimpses of impossible geometries when I turn too quickly, still feel the pull of the door in the basement. But these things no longer terrify me. They are simply part of my existence now, part of my responsibility. I am Ellis Mercer. I am the keeper of the threshold, and I am learning to live between worlds. But sometimes, in the deepest part of night, when the scratching grows louder and the door pulses with that cold blue light, I wonder if I made the right choice. If the balance I've struck is as stable as I believe. If the thing behind the door is truly content with our arrangement. Because in those moments, I hear whispers. Not just my voice or my father's, but hundreds of voices, thousands, speaking in languages that have never existed in our world. And they all say the same thing. The door wants to open, keeper. The door wants to be free. And part of me, the part that has always belonged to the threshold, wants to let it. I'm writing this down as a record, a warning, a confession. If you're reading these words, then you've found your way to number 27, Elderwood Lane. Perhaps you've already noticed the strange angles of the house, the way shadows linger too long, the persistent feeling of being watched. Perhaps you've heard scratching in the walls. So know this, the house has already chosen you. You are already connected to the threshold. You have always been, but you have a choice in how you respond. Fight it as my father did, and it will consume you. Flee it as my mother did, and it will drain you from afar. Or find balance as I have tried to do, and perhaps you will survive. The scratching is getting louder now. The door is calling. It's time for me to go. I requested a week off work. I told myself I would go back, clean the place up, and put it on the market. 1 week, and then I'd be done with it forever. What a fool I was. The drive from Boston to the small Connecticut town where I grew up took just over 2 hours, but it felt like crossing an ocean. With each mile, the weight in my chest grew heavier until I could barely breathe. By the time I turned onto Elderwood Lane, my knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Number 27 sat at the very end of the street, partially obscured by tall pines and maples that my father had planted decades ago. The trees had grown wild in my absence, creating a natural barrier between the house and the rest of the neighborhood. As I pulled into the cracked driveway, I saw that the house itself hadn't changed much. The same weathered Victorian, 3 stories of faded blue paint and decorative trim that had once been white but had yellowed with age. The wraparound porch sagged slightly on the eastern side. The window shutters hung askew. Home sweet home. I sat in my car for a full 15 minutes before finding the courage to approach the front door. The key Charlotte had sent me felt impossibly heavy in my palm. It slid into the lock with a familiar click that sent a chill down my spine. When I pushed open the door, the smell hit me first. That distinctive blend of old books, furniture polish, and something else I'd never been able to identify. Something like ozone after a lightning strike, or metal left too long in the rain. It was the smell of my childhood, and it made my stomach turn. The foyer looked exactly as I remembered. Ornate wooden staircase curving up to the second floor, antique umbrella stand by the door, and the large, gilt-framed mirror that my mother had been so proud of. I avoided looking at my reflection in it as I moved further inside. The living room was to my right, dining room to the left, with the kitchen beyond that. Straight ahead, past the stairs, was the small study where my father had spent most of his time before he died. All the furniture was still there, covered in white sheets that had gathered a layer of dust. I pulled one off the living room sofa, releasing a small cloud into the air that danced in the beams of late afternoon sunlight filtering through the windows. Nothing had been touched. It was as if my mother had been living as a ghost in her own house after Charlotte and I left, disturbing nothing, changing nothing, preserving everything exactly as it had been. I checked my watch, 4:17 p.m. I had a few hours of daylight left. Enough time to air out the house, check the utilities, and make a preliminary inventory before nightfall. I told myself I'd sleep at a motel in town. There was no way I was spending the night here, but as I moved through the house, opening windows and removing sheets from furniture, a strange feeling began to creep over me. Not the dread I'd expected, but something almost like relief, like I'd been holding my breath for 7 years and was finally exhaling. The house was quiet, peaceful even. The horrors I remembered seemed distant, dreamlike. Had I exaggerated everything in my mind? Had the traumatic events of my youth been nothing more than the product of an overactive imagination, compounded by the grief of losing my father and the subsequent fracturing of my family? I shook my head. No, I knew what I had seen, what we had all seen. Still, as the day progressed and nothing out of the ordinary occurred, I began to relax slightly. I found some old sheets in the linen closet upstairs and made up my childhood bed. I'd stay just one night. It would be fine. What a fool I was. The first incident happened around 2 a.m. I'd fallen into a fitful sleep, dreams fragmented and unsettling, when a sound jolted me awake, something between a scratch and a tap, coming from inside the wall beside my bed. I froze, ears straining in the darkness. Tap scratch, tap scratch. I told myself it was the house settling, or maybe mice in the walls. Old houses make noises. It's normal. Tap scratch tap. The last one was louder, more deliberate. I sat up, heart pounding. Stop it! I whispered into the darkness, and it did. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been. I sat there for what felt like hours, waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just an old house and my nervous imagination. I spent the day sorting through my mother's belongings, separating items to keep, donate, or trash. The attic and basement would need to be tackled another day. One step at a time. I was in my mother's bedroom, going through her dresser drawers when I found it. A small leather-bound journal I'd never seen before. The cover was worn, the pages yellowed with age. I opened it and recognized my mother's elegant handwriting immediately. February 3rd, 1998. It's getting worse. Last night I woke to find all the kitchen cabinets open. Ellis claims he didn't do it, and I believe him. The look in his eyes. He's frightened. We're all frightened. My breath caught in my throat. 1998. I would have been 9 years old. February 10th, 1998. Charlotte says she sees someone standing at the foot of her bed at night. A woman in a gray dress who never speaks, just watches. I told her it was just dreams, but I don't believe that anymore. Not after what Robert saw in his study. Robert was my father. He died later that year, a sudden heart attack while working late in his study. I'd found him the next morning, slumped over his desk, his face frozen in an expression of utter terror. I flipped through more pages. April 15th, 1998. Robert is convinced something is living in the spaces between the walls. He says it moves through the house at night, traveling through hidden passages. He wanted to tear down the walls to find it. I talked him out of it, but I'm worried about him. He's not sleeping. None of us are. May 20th, 1998. The children don't know, but Robert has begun to map the changes, as he calls them. The house shouldn't have as many rooms as it does. Hallways that extend too far, closets that are deeper than the architecture should allow. He measures and remeasures, convinced that the dimensions shift when we're not looking. I'm scared he's losing his mind. My hands were shaking now. I remembered my father's obsession with measuring the house, the way he would pace off distances, mutter to himself, scribble in notebooks. As a child, I'd thought it was just another of his eccentricities. Now I wondered. I skipped ahead several months. October 31st, 1998, Robert is gone. The doctors say it was his heart, but I know better. Took him. The thing in the walls took him. and now it's watching the rest of us. I slammed the journal shut, my breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. This couldn't be real. My father died of a heart attack. That was the truth, the medical, rational truth. But even as I tried to convince myself, memories flooded back. The strange sounds in the night, doors that would be closed when you went to bed and open in the morning, objects that moved on their own. As a child, I'd accepted these things as normal. It wasn't until I'd left home that I realized most people didn't live with such phenomena. I needed air. Shoving the journal into my pocket, I hurried downstairs and out onto the porch. The afternoon sun was bright, the spring air fresh with the scent of new growth. Normal. Safe. I took several deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. That's when I noticed the man standing across the street, watching the house. He was elderly, with a shock of white hair and a cane. Something about him seemed familiar, but I couldn't place him. When he saw me looking, he raised a hand in greeting and began to cross the street with slow, deliberate steps. "You must be Ellis," he said as he approached the porch. "Margaret's boy." I nodded, wary. "Do I know you?" "Frank Devereaux." He extended his hand. "I was friends with your father. Lived next door until about 5 years ago when my daughter convinced me to move in with her family." He gestured vaguely down the street. "I still visit the old neighborhood sometimes. Saw your car and thought I'd say hello." I shook his hand, which was surprisingly strong for a man his age. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Devereaux. Call me Frank." His eyes moved past me to the house. "So you've come back to deal with the old place, have you?" "Just cleaning it out to sell," I said quickly. "I'm not staying." Frank nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. "Smart. This house." He trailed off, then shook his head. "Your mother, she was a strong woman. Stayed here all those years, even after everything that happened." My skin prickled. "What do you mean, everything that happened?" Frank studied me for a long moment, as if deciding how much to say. "Your father shared some things with me before he died. About the house. I didn't believe him at first. Thought the stress was getting to him. But then, after he passed, your mother started noticing things too." I pulled the journal from my pocket. "Like the dimensions being wrong? Things moving in the walls?" Frank's eyes widened at the sight of the journal. "She kept a record then. Good. That's good." He glanced around nervously. "Listen, I shouldn't talk about this out here. Why don't you come over to my daughter's place for dinner tonight? We can speak more freely there." I hesitated, but my curiosity outweighed my caution. "What time?" "7. 452 Maple Drive." He started to turn away, then paused. "And Ellis? Don't spend the night here if you can help it. The house, it gets hungry after dark." Before I could ask what he meant, he was hobbling back across the street, leaving me standing on the porch with a chill that had nothing to do with the spring breeze. I spent the rest of the afternoon going through more of my mother's papers, looking for any additional information about the house. In her desk, I found property records dating back to the 1890s when the house was first built. It had changed hands numerous times before my parents purchased it in 1985, the year before I was born. Most tellingly, no family had lived in it for more than a decade before moving out, or in several cases, dying under unusual circumstances. A builder who fell from the third-floor balcony in 1926. A housewife who drowned in the bathtub in 1952. A teenager who disappeared without a trace in 1970, though his family continued to report hearing his voice in the walls for months afterward. The previous owners before my parents had been an elderly couple named Harmon. According to the newspaper clipping I found, Mrs. Harmon had been found wandering the streets one night in 1984, raving about the keeper of the in-between places who lived in her house. She was institutionalized, and Mr. Harmon put the house up for sale shortly after. My parents had bought it at a significant discount. Now I understood why. As the afternoon waned into evening, I decided to honor Frank's invitation. I needed to get out of the house anyway. The longer I stayed, the more aware I became of small disturbances. The sound of footsteps overhead when I was alone on the top floor. A door closing somewhere when there was no draft. The persistent feeling of being watched. I locked up the house at 6:30 p.m. and drove to the address Frank had given me. It was a modest ranch-style home in a newer development, nothing like the aging Victorians of Elderwood Lane. Frank's daughter, a woman in her 50s named Susan, greeted me warmly and ushered me into a normal, well-lit dining room that smelled of roast chicken and fresh bread. The normalcy was almost shocking after the oppressive atmosphere of my childhood home. During dinner, Frank was quiet, making small talk about the town and how it had changed over the years. It wasn't until Susan excused herself to make coffee that he leaned across the table, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Did you bring the journal?" I nodded and pulled it from my jacket pocket. "Good." He glanced toward the kitchen to make sure his daughter wasn't returning yet. "What do you know about liminal spaces, Ellis?" The question caught me off guard. They're transitional areas, thresholds, neither here nor there. Frank nodded approvingly. "Your father was researching them before he died. He believed our neighborhood, specifically your house, was built on what he called a thin spot, a place where the barrier between realities is weaker." I frowned. "That sounds crazy." That's what I thought too. But after some of the things I saw, he shook his head. "Your father believed the house itself was a kind of liminal space, constantly shifting between our world and somewhere else. That's why the dimensions never seemed quite right. Why rooms appeared larger inside than they should be. Why sounds carried strangely. And the thing in the walls?" I asked, remembering my mother's journal entries. Frank's expression darkened. "Your father called it the Keeper. He thought it was some kind of entity that maintained the threshold between worlds. Sometimes it would manifest physically, moving objects, making sounds. Other times it influenced people's minds, causing hallucinations, paranoia." "This is insane," I muttered, but even as I said it, memories surfaced. The woman in gray my sister had seen, the cabinets opening on their own, the persistent feeling of being watched. "I know how it sounds," Frank said. "But your mother believed it too, especially after your father died. She thought the Keeper had taken him when he got too close to understanding what the house really was. If she believed all this, why did she stay?" I demanded. "Why didn't she take us and leave?" Frank's eyes met mine, sad and knowing. "Because by then it was too late. The house had chosen all of you, especially you, Ellis." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean, especially me? Haven't you ever wondered why you were the one who found your father's body? Why you were always the one who heard the noises most clearly? The Keeper was drawn to you. Your mother knew it. That's why she was so relieved when you finally left home." My mouth went dry. "She wanted me gone?" "She wanted you safe," Frank corrected. "She thought if you were far enough away, the connection would weaken. And it did, didn't it? Until now. Until you came back." Before I could respond, Susan returned with coffee and dessert, effectively ending our conversation. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Frank promised to share more the next day, offering to show me some of my father's research that he had kept after his death. As I drove back to the house that night, my mind raced with everything Frank had told me. It sounded like the plot of a horror movie, not real life. And yet, it explained so much. The strange occurrences of my childhood, my mother's increasing isolation, the wedge that had been driven between my sister and me. I parked in the driveway but remained in the car, staring up at the dark silhouette of the house against the night sky. I should find a motel, I thought. I should listen to Frank's warning and not spend another night here. But something drew me inside, a perverse curiosity, or perhaps something more insidious. Pull I couldn't explain. The house was eerily silent as I entered. I flipped on lights as I moved through the first floor, banishing shadows. In the kitchen, I poured myself a generous glass of whiskey from a bottle I'd brought with me and carried it upstairs to my bedroom. The journal was still in my pocket. I sat on the edge of my bed and opened it again, reading more of my mother's entries. They grew increasingly disturbed over the years, especially after my sister and I had both left home. November 18th, 2013, I saw it today. Actually saw it. It was in the hallway mirror, standing behind me. A figure like smoke and shadow with too many limbs, too many eyes. When I turned around, nothing was there. But in the mirror, it remained watching me, studying me. I think it's getting stronger. December 5th, 2013, the noises in the walls are constant now. Scratching, whispering. Sometimes I hear my name. Sometimes I hear Robert's voice. I know it's not him. He's trying to trick me. January 10th, 2014. I found a door today that I've never seen before. In the basement, behind the old shelving unit. It shouldn't be there. There's nothing but earth on the other side of that wall. I didn't open it. I pushed the shelves back and pretended I never saw it. But I can feel it there now, all the time. Waiting. The entries continued like this, growing more frantic, more terrified. The last one was dated just 2 weeks before my mother died. March 30th, 2018, it wants Ellis to come back. Keeps showing me visions of him, standing in the house, opening doors he shouldn't open. I won't call him. I won't bring him back into this. I've hidden the worst of it all these years. The children never knew what their father really found. What's really in the walls. Better that Ellis stays away forever. Better that this dies with me. I closed the journal, my hands trembling. What had my father found? What had my mother been hiding from us? The house creaked around me, a low settling sound that seemed to travel through the walls. I drained my whiskey and set the glass on the bedside table. Despite my growing unease, exhaustion was setting in. I lay back on the bed, still fully clothed, telling myself I would just rest for a moment before getting up to brush my teeth. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake to the sound of someone calling my name. Ellis. It was a whisper so faint I might have imagined it. I sat up, disoriented. The bedside lamp was still on, but the room felt darker somehow, the shadows deeper. Ellis. This time I was certain I'd heard it. A voice that was almost, but not quite, my mother's. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Who's there? I demanded, my voice sounding small in the quiet room. Silence answered me. Then, just as I was beginning to think I dreamed it, I heard a different sound, the unmistakable creak of footsteps in the hallway outside my room. Slow, deliberate steps approaching my door. I held my breath, watching as the doorknob began to turn. It moved with agonizing slowness, the metal catching the lamplight as it rotated. Then it stopped. The door remained closed. 1 second passed. 2, 3. Then, with a force that made me jump, something slammed against the other side of the door. Once, twice, 3 times. The whole door shuddered in its frame. Go away! I shouted, scrambling back on the bed until I hit the headboard. The pounding stopped as abruptly as it had begun. In the silence that followed, I heard something else. A soft scratching sound, like fingernails dragging slowly down the wood. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. And then, most terrifying of all, a voice. Not my mother's this time, but my father's. A voice I hadn't heard in 20 years. Open the door, Ellis. I need to show you something. You're not my father. I whispered, my voice breaking. A low chuckle answered me, the sound distorting until it was nothing human at all. No, it agreed. I'm not. The scratching resumed, moving from the door to the walls. I watched in horror as the wallpaper began to ripple, as if something was moving behind it. What do you want? I managed to ask. The scratching stopped. The voice, when it came again, seemed to be right beside my ear, though there was no one there. I want you to see, Ellis. I want you to open the door your father found. I want you to become the new keeper. I lunged for my phone on the bedside table, knocking over the empty whiskey glass in my haste. By the time I had the phone in my hand, the presence was gone. The room felt normal again, just an old bedroom in an old house, nothing more. But I knew better now. I knew what waited in the walls. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat up with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. When dawn finally broke, I was already packed and ready to leave. I would go to Frank's, get whatever information he had from my father, and then I would be done with this house forever. I'd call a realtor from Boston, list the property as is, and never set foot in it again. That was the plan anyway. But as I was loading my overnight bag into my car, my phone rang. It was Susan, Frank's daughter. Her voice was shaking as she told me that Frank had suffered a massive stroke in the night. He was in the hospital, unconscious. The doctors weren't optimistic. "He was so agitated last night after you left," Susan said, her voice thick with tears. "He kept saying he needed to warn you about something, that it was urgent." My stomach dropped. "Did he say what?" "No, just that it was about your father's research. He had a box of old papers he wanted to give you. They're still here if you want to come get them." I glanced back at the house, its windows reflecting the morning sunlight like blank eyes. "I'll be right over." Frank's box contained exactly what I feared. More evidence that my father had been right all along. Detailed notes about the house's shifting dimensions. Drawings of what he believed to be hidden passages within the walls. Historical records of previous occupants and their strange experiences. Most disturbing of all were my father's journal entries from the weeks before his death. Unlike my mother's emotional, frightened accounts, my father's were clinical, methodical. The observations of a man determined to understand what was happening around him, even as it drove him toward madness. September 14th, 1998. I've mapped the anomalies to the best of my ability. The house contains approximately 17% more interior space than should be physically possible given its external dimensions. The discrepancies are most notable in the north wing and basement. The entity remains elusive, though I catch glimpses occasionally, primarily in reflective surfaces. It seems to exist partially in our reality and partially elsewhere. September 22nd, 1998. I found the door today. In the basement, behind the shelving unit that's been there since we moved in. The door isn't on any of the original blueprints. It shouldn't exist. What's more remarkable is that it seems to shift position. Sometimes it's directly centered on the wall, other times it's offset by several feet. I haven't opened it yet. I need to prepare first. October 28th, 1998. The entity is aware of my discovery. It's becoming more aggressive. Objects move when I'm not looking. The children report hearing voices. Margaret thinks I'm becoming obsessed, but she doesn't understand the significance of what I found. This isn't just a haunting, it's a breach, a tear in the fabric between worlds. And something is using it to enter our reality. October 30th, 1998. Tonight, I'm going to open the door. I've taken precautions, salt lines, protective sigils from various traditions. I don't know if they'll help, but I have to try. I have to see what's on the other side. If I don't return, tell Margaret and the children I love them. And tell Ellis. Tell him to stay away from the door. The entity has shown a particular interest in him. I fear it wants him for some purpose I don't yet understand. That was the last entry. My father died the next day, Halloween 1998. I was 9 years old. I sat at Susan's kitchen table, the papers spread before me, my coffee long cold. Outside, the day was bright and clear, but I felt a darkness closing in around me. My father had found a door. My mother had seen it 2 years later. A door that shouldn't exist, that moved within the walls of the house. And whatever lay beyond that door had taken my father and, eventually, driven my mother to such terror that her body gave out. And now it wanted me. Susan had gone to the hospital to be with Frank, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I knew what I had to do. I had to go back to the house one last time. I had to find the door and understand what my father had discovered. Only then could I truly be free of the house's influence. As I drove back to Elderwood Lane, a plan formed in my mind. I would go to the basement, find this door, and document everything. Take pictures, make measurements, gather evidence. Not to open it, but to understand it. Then I would leave, contact a paranormal research team or a university department that studied such phenomena, and let them deal with it. I wouldn't make my father's mistake. The house seemed to be waiting for me as I pulled into the driveway. The front door opened easily, too easily, as if welcoming me home. Inside, the air felt thicker, charged somehow like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. I went directly to the basement door, which was located beneath the main staircase. I'd always hated the basement as a child. It was cold, damp, and perpetually dark, with only a few small windows set high in the walls to let in meager light. I flipped the switch at the top of the stairs, and a single bulb illuminated the steep wooden steps leading down. The basement was much as I remembered it. Concrete floors, stone foundation walls, exposed pipes running along the low ceiling. Various sections had been partitioned off over the years. A small laundry area, a workshop my father had used, and a storage space where old furniture and boxes were kept. According to my father's notes, the door was located behind a shelving unit against the north wall of the storage area. I made my way there, guided by the beam of my flashlight. The shelves were still there, heavy wooden units filled with dusty boxes and old holiday decorations. I began to empty the shelves, moving boxes aside, creating space to maneuver the unit away from the wall. It was slow, tedious work, and with each box I removed, the air seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. Finally, the shelves were empty enough to move. I braced myself and pushed. The unit was heavier than it looked, its feet scraping loudly against the concrete floor as I gradually edged it away from the wall. What I revealed made my blood run cold. There was indeed a door in the wall, a door that by all rights shouldn't exist. It was small, maybe 4 feet high, with no visible hinges or handle. Just a rectangular outline in the stone foundation, sealed with what looked like ancient mortar. And etched into that mortar were symbols I didn't recognize. Curves and angles that seemed to shift and change as I stared at them. But most disturbing of all was the fact that the door was wrong somehow. It hurt my eyes to look at it directly, as if it existed at an angle to reality that my brain couldn't quite process. And it was moving, not physically, but somehow changing its position on the wall even as I watched. Now centered, now offset to the left, now to the right, as if it couldn't decide where to be. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the boxes I'd moved. This was beyond anything I'd imagined. This wasn't just a hidden door, it was impossible. With shaking hands, I took out my phone and tried to photograph the door, but each picture came out blurry. The area where the door should be just a smeared darkness. I tried to video it instead, hoping to capture its strange movement, but the recording showed nothing but a normal stone wall. Couldn't be documented, could only be experienced. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I became aware of a sound, that familiar scratching now coming from behind the door. Soft at first, then growing louder, more insistent. Then a voice, not my father's this time, not my mother's, but my own. "Open it," my voice said from behind the door. "It's time to see." "No," I whispered, backing away. "I'm not opening it." Laughter answered me. My laughter, but distorted, stretched too thin. "You already have, Ellis. You opened it long ago." And suddenly I remembered. A memory buried so deep I'd convinced myself it never happened. Me as a child, 9 years old, following my father down to the basement on that Halloween night in 1998. Watching from the shadows as he moved the shelves, revealed the door, and began to chant in a language I didn't understand. The door opening, just a crack. Light pouring out. Not warm light, but something cold and blue and terrible. My father's face, transformed by fear. Him turning, seeing me, shouting for me to run. And then the light enveloping him, pulling him through the door. Not a heart attack. Never a heart attack. I'd hidden upstairs afterward, too terrified to tell anyone what I'd seen. By morning, I'd convinced myself it was a nightmare. When I found my father's body in his study, I believed the lie the adults told me, that his heart had simply stopped in the night. But now I knew the truth. My father had opened the door, and something had taken him, and somehow I had been there to witness it. "You're the anchor," my voice said from behind the door. "The connection. Why do you think your mother kept you away? Why do you think she never told you the truth? She knew what you were, what you are. And what am I?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "The new keeper," it replied. "The one who maintains the threshold. The one who feeds the door." The scratching intensified, no longer coming just from the door but from all around me. The ceiling, the floor, the walls. The symbols etched in the mortar began to glow with a faint blue light. The same cold light I remembered from that night 20 years ago. I had to get out, had to get away from the door, from the house, from the memories crashing down around me. I turned and ran, stumbling up the basement stairs, through the kitchen, toward the front door. But when I reached it and pulled it open, I found myself staring not at the front yard, but at the basement. The same basement I just fled, with the shelves moved aside and the impossible door waiting. I slammed the door shut, heart pounding. This couldn't be happening. I turned and tried the back door off the kitchen, but it opened onto the basement as well. Every exit I tried, windows, side doors, even the second-floor balcony, all led back to the basement, to the door. The house wasn't letting me leave. Night fell, and I huddled in the living room, all the lights blazing, as the sounds in the walls grew louder. Scratching, tapping, whispering. My name over and over, in my voice, in my father's voice, in voices I didn't recognize. At some point, my phone rang. Susan, calling to tell me that Frank had passed away. She was crying, asking if I was okay, if I needed company. I told her I was fine, that I was leaving in the morning. Another lie. After we hung up, the phone went dead. No signal, no connection to the outside world. I was alone with the house, with the thing in the walls, with the door. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time seemed to bend and warp around me. I didn't sleep, didn't eat, just moved from room to room, trying to find an exit that actually led outside. A window that showed the real world rather than the basement with its waiting door. There was no escape. I never used to believe the dead could speak. Not until the house on Millbrook Lane. Not until I heard them scratching at the walls, whispering my name through the vents, and watching me from behind the mirrors. The worst part? I can't prove any of it happened. The medication they've put me on makes everything foggy now. Dr. Avery says I experienced a psychotic break brought on by grief and isolation. A convenient explanation for the inexplicable. But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I felt. Let me start from the beginning. My name is Daniel Mercer, and 6 months ago my sister Eliza died in a car accident. The police said she lost control on a rain-slicked road and went over the guardrail. They found her car partially submerged in Blackwater Creek the next morning. The funeral was small. Just me, our elderly Aunt Louise who raised us after our parents died, and a handful of Eliza's colleagues from the university where she worked as an archivist. Eliza left everything to me, including her house on Millbrook Lane, a Victorian-era home she'd purchased 8 months before her death and had been gradually renovating. I hadn't seen it since her housewarming party, when she'd proudly shown off the original hardwood floors she'd uncovered beneath hideous 1970s carpeting. "It has good bones," she'd said, running her hand along the ornate banister. "It just needs someone to love it again." I'd thought the place was a money pit, crumbling plaster, ancient wiring, and an unshakable mustiness that seemed baked into the walls. But Eliza had always been drawn to forgotten things, to histories others had abandoned. After her death, I couldn't bring myself to visit the house for nearly 2 months. The key she'd given me sat untouched on my apartment counter, accusatory in its presence. My therapist, Dr. Avery, suggested that confronting the house might help me process my grief. Unresolved loss manifests in unpredictable ways, she'd cautioned. If only she knew how right she was. When I finally worked up the courage to visit, it was late October. The trees along Millbrook Lane had turned a brilliant copper, their fallen leaves forming a crisp carpet that announced my arrival with each step. The house stood at the end of the street, partially obscured by overgrown hedges. 3 stories of weathered brick and warped windows, crowned by a widow's walk that seemed to watch the neighborhood like a sentinel. The front door stuck, swollen from recent rain. I had to throw my shoulder against it twice before it grudgingly yielded. The house exhaled as I entered. At least that's what it felt like. A rush of stale air carrying the scent of old books, dust, and something else I couldn't quite place. Something mineral and damp. Eliza's half-finished renovations were evident everywhere. Drop cloths covered portions of furniture, paint cans and tools sat in corners, and color swatches were still taped to walls. I moved through the rooms methodically, cataloging what would need to be done before I could list the property. I had no intention of keeping the house. Too many memories, Too much work, too much Eliza in every creaking floorboard. As I climbed the stairs to the second floor, I caught myself running my hand along the banister just as she had done. The wood was smooth beneath my fingers, polished by generations of palms. For a fleeting moment, I felt close to her again. The master bedroom was at the end of the hall. The door was closed, but not latched. It drifted open at my touch, revealing a room bathed in amber afternoon light. Eliza's bed was still made, a book splayed open on the nightstand. Her reading glasses rested on top as if she'd just stepped out for a moment. The sight made my throat constrict. I crossed to the window and looked out at the backyard. Overgrown now, but I could see where she'd started to establish garden beds. Eliza had always wanted space for a proper garden. That's when I noticed the smell again. Stronger here, that damp, mineral odor like wet stone. I scanned the ceiling and walls for water damage but saw nothing. The house groaned around me, settling. At least that's what I told myself it was. I spent the rest of the afternoon going through her belongings, separating what to keep, donate, or throw away. By the time twilight arrived, I had filled several garbage bags and made only the smallest dent in the task ahead. Exhausted and emotionally drained, I decided to stay the night rather than drive back to my apartment. There was leftover pasta in Eliza's freezer, carefully labeled and dated in her neat handwriting. I heated it in the microwave and ate at the kitchen counter, surrounded by the gathering darkness of the old house. I didn't bother turning on many lights. The fewer rooms I illuminated, the less I had to see of her life frozen in time. Sleep came surprisingly easily that night. Grief is exhausting, and the day's emotional labor had left me emptied out. I took the guest room rather than Eliza's bed. I wasn't ready for that yet, and fell into a dreamless sleep almost immediately. The scratching woke me at 3:17 a.m. I know because I checked my phone, the harsh blue light momentarily blinding me in the darkness. A soft, persistent scratching, like fingernails on plaster. It seemed to be coming from inside the wall beside the bed. Mice, I thought. Old houses always had mice. I turned over, pulling the pillow around my ears, but the sound persisted. After a few minutes, I sat up, fully awake now. The scratching had a rhythm to it. 3 quick scrapes, a pause, then 3 more. Too deliberate for vermin. "Hello!" I called out, feeling foolish immediately. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was more unnerving than the noise had been. I reached for the bedside lamp, but when I flipped the switch, nothing happened. Power outage, I reasoned, though I could see the faint glow of streetlights through the curtains. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate to the door, the wooden floor ice cold beneath my bare feet. In the hallway, I tried another light switch, nothing. The circuit breaker must have tripped. The basement door was off the kitchen. I stood at the top of the stairs, my phone's light creating more shadows than illumination in the yawning darkness below. The smell was stronger here, that damp stone scent, tinged now with something metallic. Each step creaked as I descended, the sound echoing in the confined space. The temperature dropped noticeably with every step. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath forming small clouds in the beam of light. The circuit breaker was on the far wall. I picked my way across the unfinished floor, stepping over boxes and around old furniture Eliza had stored there. The space felt impossibly large for a basement, the darkness swallowing my light a few feet ahead of me. I was halfway across when I heard it, a whisper, so faint I might have imagined it. "Daniel." I froze, the hair on my arms standing up despite the cold. "Daniel, behind you." I whirled around, nearly dropping my phone. The light beam cut wildly through the darkness, revealing nothing but dusty boxes and cobwebbed corners. "Who's there?" My voice sounded thin and reedy in the vast space. No answer came, just the distant drip of water somewhere in the darkness. I turned back toward the breaker box, moving faster now. When I reached it, I flung it open and saw that several switches had indeed tripped. I reset them all with shaking hands, and the distant hum of electricity returning to the house was the most welcome sound I'd ever heard. I didn't linger in the basement. As I turned to leave, my light swept across something on the floor that made me pause. a dark stain about the size of a dinner plate, partially hidden beneath an old rug. I nudged the fabric aside with my foot and immediately wished I hadn't. The stain was larger than I'd thought, spreading in a rough oval across the concrete. It was the unmistakable rusty brown of old blood, probably from an animal, I told myself, a raccoon or possum that had gotten in and died. Still, I couldn't take my eyes off it as I backed toward the stairs. The lights were working when I returned upstairs, the house once again assuming its mundane appearance. I checked the time, almost 4 a.m. Too early to start the day, too late to easily fall back asleep. I made myself a cup of tea and sat at the kitchen table, trying to convince myself that the whisper had been nothing more than the wind finding its way through the old house's many cracks and crevices. The blood, though, that was harder to explain away. I must have dozed off at the table because the next thing I knew, warm sunlight was streaming through the windows, and my tea was cold beside me. The ordinary morning light made the night's events seem distant and dreamlike. I showered, dressed, and continued sorting through Eliza's belongings with renewed purpose. It was while emptying her desk that I found the notebook. Small and leather-bound, it was tucked beneath a false bottom in the center drawer. I wouldn't have discovered it if the drawer hadn't stuck, forcing me to remove it entirely to fix the tracking. The notebook contained what appeared to be research notes, written in Eliza's precise handwriting. Most were historical observations about the house, previous owners, renovations, neighborhood development. But toward the end, the entries took a different tone. October 3rd, scratching in the walls again tonight. Louder this time, J. Says old houses settle, but this isn't settling. This is purposeful. October 7th, found another stain in the basement, similar to the first. This one behind the old wardrobe. The dampness keeps returning no matter how many times I clean it. October 10th, the dreams are getting worse. Always the same. I'm in the basement, but it keeps going deeper than it should. Tunnels, someone calling my name from the darkness. October 12th, something watched me from the bathroom mirror tonight, just for a moment over my shoulder. Face, but not a face. When I turned, nothing was there. October 15th, J. Won't come over anymore. Says the house feels wrong. Can't say I blame him. Found old newspaper clippings about the house at the library. 3 children disappeared from here in 1908. Never found. The parents claimed something in the house took them. The final entry was dated October 17th, 3 days before her accident. I know what they want now. I've heard them clearly. They're in the walls, in the mirrors, in the spaces between spaces. They want out, and they think I can give them what they want. God help me, I think they're gonna make me try. I closed the notebook, my hands trembling slightly. Eliza had never mentioned any of this to me, never said a word about strange occurrences in the house. But then we'd grown somewhat distant in the months before her death, both busy with our own lives. Our conversations had become perfunctory, surface-level updates rather than deep confidences. Who was Jay? She hadn't mentioned dating anyone, but then again, I hadn't asked. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, mechanically sorting through belongings while my mind churned over the notebook's contents. By evening, I'd convinced myself that Eliza had been working on some kind of creative writing project. The notebook was fiction, research for a ghost story she'd been crafting. That had to be it. I ordered takeout for dinner, not having the energy to cook. As I waited for delivery, I sat in Eliza's study, looking through old photos I'd found in her desk. There was one of us as children, gap-toothed and sunburned, arms around each other at some forgotten beach. Another from my college graduation, Eliza beaming proudly beside me. The last one made me pause. Eliza standing in front of this very house the day she got the keys, her smile tentative but hopeful. The doorbell's chime startled me from my reverie. I paid for my food and ate it straight from the container while standing at the kitchen counter, not tasting a single bite. Night had fallen completely now, and the house felt different in the darkness. Larger somehow, the shadows deeper in the corners. I decided to sleep in the guest room again and headed upstairs around 10. As I passed the bathroom, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror from the corner of my eye. I stopped, heart suddenly pounding, and slowly turned to look directly at the reflection. Just me, pale and tired looking, eyes wide with apprehension. October 12th. Something watched me from the bathroom mirror tonight, just for a moment over my shoulder. Face, but not a face. When I turned, nothing was there. I shook my head, banishing the thought. Eliza's notebook was making me jumpy. That's all. I brushed my teeth, deliberately avoiding looking at the mirror again, and went to bed. Sleep came fitfully, my dreams fragmented and uneasy. I woke several times, each time thinking I'd heard something. Footsteps in the hallway, a door closing, once even what sounded like distant laughter. But each time I checked, the house was silent and still. Until 3:17 a.m., the scratching returned, just as before. 3 quick scrapes, a pause, then 3 more. I lay rigid in bed, telling myself it was the branches of the oak tree outside, though I knew there was no wind tonight. Then came the whisper, not from the walls this time, but from the heating vent near the floor. "Daniel, help us," a child's voice, thin and desperate. I sat bolt upright, fumbling for the lamp. This time it worked, flooding the room with warm light. The scratching stopped immediately. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "This isn't funny." Silence answered me, but I could feel something waiting, listening. I got out of bed and pulled on my jeans and a sweatshirt. If this was some neighborhood kid playing a prank, I was going to catch them in the act. I grabbed my phone and the heaviest flashlight I could find in Eliza's emergency kit. I checked every room on the second floor. Nothing. No open windows, no signs of intrusion. The third floor was mostly unfinished attic space, accessed by a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I hesitated at the bottom of the ladder, the beam of my flashlight disappearing into the darkness above. October 15th found old newspaper clippings about the house at the library. 3 children disappeared from here in 1908. Never found. The parents claimed something in the house took them. My rational mind said to leave it alone, to go back to bed and look in the daylight. But something else, something deeper and more primal, told me I needed to know what was up there. Now, I climbed the ladder slowly, each rung creaking under my weight. The attic air was stifling and thick with dust. My flashlight cut through the gloom, revealing exposed beams, rolled insulation, and stacks of cardboard boxes. As I pulled myself up onto the floor, something scuttled away into the shadows. "Hello!" I called out, sweeping the light in a wide arc. The beam caught something reflective in the far corner, a small round object that gleamed momentarily before disappearing behind a stack of boxes. I moved toward it carefully, the old floorboards groaning beneath me. As I reached the boxes, a cold draft washed over me, raising goosebumps on my arms. The smell was here too, that damp stone smell, but stronger now, mixed with something sickly sweet. I moved the boxes aside one by one, revealing a small alcove beneath the eaves. And there, nestled in the corner, was a child's tea set, tiny porcelain cups and saucers arranged in a perfect circle. In the center sat a doll, ancient and discolored with age. Its glass eyes caught the light of my flashlight, giving the illusion of life. I knelt down for a closer look. The doll was handmade, its cloth body stuffed with something that crackled when I picked it up. Its face was simple, embroidered eyes and mouth, but there was something unsettling about the crooked smile. Around its neck hung a small silver locket. With trembling fingers, I opened the locket. Inside was a tiny scrap of yellowed paper, folded many times over. When I unfolded it, I found a name written in faded ink. Eleanor. Eleanor, I whispered, the name feeling strange on my tongue. The temperature in the attic plummeted instantly. My breath clouded before me in great plumes of white. The flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging me into absolute darkness. Something moved in the darkness. I could hear it shifting, a soft rustling like dry leaves being disturbed. It was circling me, drawing closer with each pass. I fumbled with the flashlight, slapping it against my palm, desperate for light. A small, cold hand brushed against the back of my neck. I screamed then, scrambling backward on all fours, the doll and flashlight forgotten in my panic. I collided with something solid, a trunk or box, and pain exploded in my lower back. Still, I kept moving, desperate to find the ladder, to escape the suffocating darkness and whatever was in it with me. My hand found empty air where the floor ended, the ladder opening. I twisted around and half climbed, half fell down the ladder, landing hard on the hallway floor below. I kicked the ladder up, slamming the attic door shut, then sat there gasping for breath, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. When I finally managed to stand, I noticed something clutched in my left hand. The doll. Somehow I'd kept hold of it in my panic. Its embroidered smile seemed wider now, almost knowing. I should have thrown it away, should have burned it. Instead, I took it with me back to the guest room, placing it on the nightstand while I checked myself for injuries. My back was already bruising where I'd hit the trunk, and my palms were scraped raw from my frantic crawl across the attic floor. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to make sense of what had happened. A draft could explain the cold. An animal could explain the movement. The hand on my neck, that had to be my imagination, overwrought from reading Eliza's notebook and too little sleep. But the tea set, the doll, Eleanor, those were real, physical evidence that children had once lived, and perhaps died, in this house. I picked up my phone to search for information about the house's history, but the battery was dead. Plugging it in did nothing. In fact, I realized with a growing sense of dread, none of the electronics in the room were working. The digital clock by the bed was dark. The lamp I'd turned on earlier was now off, though I hadn't touched it. The power was out again. But this time, I couldn't bring myself to go back to the basement to check the breakers. Instead, I lay down on the bed, fully clothed, and pulled the covers up to my chin like a child afraid of monsters in the closet. The doll sat on the nightstand, watching me with its embroidered eyes. In the darkness, I could have sworn those eyes blinked. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I dreamed of children playing hide and seek in endless, twisting hallways. In the dream, I was searching for them, hearing their giggles echo around corners just out of sight. Every door I opened revealed another corridor, another staircase, another room not found on any blueprint. Daniel, find us, help us. Their voices led me deeper into the house that wasn't a house, down staircases that spiraled impossibly downward. The walls wept moisture, the smell of damp stone growing stronger with each step. At the bottom was a door, ancient wood banded with iron. From behind it came the sounds of scratching, desperate and frantic. Let us out, Daniel. Please, we've been here so long. I reached for the handle, my dream self knowing I shouldn't open it but unable to stop. The door swung open to reveal not a room but a yawning abyss of absolute darkness. And from that darkness, something moved toward me. Not the children, something else. Something that had been waiting. I woke with a start, drenched in sweat despite the chill in the room. The first gray light of dawn filtered through the curtains. The doll was no longer on the nightstand. It sat at the foot of my bed, facing me. I scrambled backward, a scream lodged in my throat. The doll remained motionless, its embroidered smile now unmistakably a grin. The silver locket hung open around its neck, empty of its paper secret. I threw back the covers and ran from the room, not stopping until I reached the front door. My hands shook so badly I could barely work the lock, but finally, the door swung open, and I burst out onto the porch, gulping the cold morning air. The street was quiet, houses still dark in the pre-dawn light. I sat on the porch steps, trying to calm my racing heart. Part of me wanted to get in my car and drive away, never looking back. But I couldn't abandon Eliza's house, not yet. Not until I understood what had happened to her. Because I was beginning to suspect her car accident might not have been an accident at all. When the sun had fully risen, I forced myself to go back inside. The house looked normal in the daylight, dusty and neglected, but just a house. I searched the guest room carefully, but the doll was nowhere to be found. The only evidence of my night's experience was the silver locket, lying open on the rumpled bed sheets. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table with Eliza's notebook open before me. Rereading her entries with fresh eyes, I noticed something I'd missed before. She repeatedly mentioned the basement. Stains, dreams about tunnels, voices calling from below. The basement, where I'd seen the bloodstain, where the circuit breaker was. I didn't want to go down there again, but something told me that's where answers would be found. I waited until midday, when sunlight was at its strongest, before approaching the basement door. This time I took a proper flashlight, my phone, now working again, and a kitchen knife. I felt ridiculous holding the knife, but its weight was reassuring in my hand. The basement stairs creaked just as ominously in daylight. The smell hit me halfway down. Stronger than before, unmistakably the scent of decay. At the bottom of the stairs, I played my flashlight across the space, seeing it clearly for the first time. The basement was larger than I'd realized, with several rooms branching off from the main area. The blood stain I'd discovered was still visible, but now I noticed it wasn't the only one. Similar stains dotted the concrete floor, forming a rough path toward the far wall. I followed the trail hesitantly, knife held out before me. The stains led to what appeared to be a coal room, a small chamber off the main basement where fuel would have been stored in the house's early days. The door was ajar, darkness spilling out like ink. Inside, the flashlight revealed walls of rough stone and a dirt floor. The room was empty except for a pile of broken furniture in one corner and an old steamer trunk against the back wall. The smell was overwhelming here, making my eyes water and my stomach clench. The trunk was locked, but the hasp was old and rusted. Took only a few hard yanks to break it free. I hesitated before opening the lid, some part of me already knowing what I would find. Inside the trunk were bones, small bones, the remains of what looked like 3 children, curled together as if sleeping. Among the bones were rotted scraps of clothing, a child's shoe, and 2 more dolls identical to the one I'd found in the attic, their embroidered faces grinning up at me. I staggered backward, bile rising in my throat. My foot caught on something, and I fell hard onto the dirt floor. The flashlight rolled away, its beam coming to rest on the wall behind the trunk. And there, previously hidden, was an opening, a crude doorway cut into the stone, just large enough for a person to crawl through. Tunnel. October 10th. The dreams are getting worse. Always the same. I'm in the basement, but it keeps going deeper than it should. Tunnels, someone calling my name from the darkness. My mind reeled with the implications. The missing children from 1908. The bones in the trunk. The tunnel leading. Where? I knew I should call the police. This was evidence of murder, hidden for over a century. But something kept me from reaching for my phone. A compulsion to see where the tunnel led, to understand what Eliza had discovered. The opening was barely 3 feet high. I would have to crawl. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run from this house and never return. Instead, I picked up my flashlight, tucked the knife into my belt, and got down on my hands and knees. The tunnel was cool and damp, the walls rough stone that scraped my shoulders as I moved forward. It sloped gently downward, taking me deeper beneath the house with each foot I crawled. After about 20 feet, the tunnel widened into a small chamber. My flashlight revealed crude symbols carved into the walls, circles within circles, strange angular runes, and what looked disturbingly like handprints made in dried blood. In the center of the chamber was a shallow pit filled with dark earth, and scattered around the pit were candle stubs, yellowed bones, and small personal items. A hair ribbon, a pocket watch, a child's drawing rendered in faded crayon. This was a place of ritual, of sacrifice. As I stood examining the symbols, a gust of cold air extinguished my flashlight. Not a mechanical failure this time. I'd felt the air move, heard the flame of the candle I'd found and lit being snuffed out. In the sudden darkness, I heard breathing. Not my own. This was wet and labored, coming from the pit in the center of the room. The smell of decay intensified, becoming so thick I could taste it. Something was moving in the pit, disturbing the earth. Rising, I fumbled for my flashlight, slapping it frantically against my palm, but it remained dead. The sounds from the pit grew louder, Dirt shifting, bones cracking, something pulling itself up from below. A hand closed around my ankle. Not the small, cold hand of a child this time, but something larger, its grip iron-tight and burning cold. I screamed and kicked out blindly, connecting with something solid that gave way with a wet, tearing sound. The grip loosened, and I scrambled backward, away from the pit. My back hit the tunnel entrance. Without thinking, I turned and crawled as fast as I could, scraping my palms and knees raw on the stone. Behind me, something moved in the darkness, not crawling but flowing, like water or smoke. I could hear it getting closer, feel the air growing colder around me. I burst from the tunnel into the coal room, stumbling to my feet. The trunk with its grisly contents lay open, the dolls seeming to watch my panicked flight with their stitched eyes. I ran across the basement, taking the stairs 2 at a time, feeling the cold presence almost at my heels. At the top of the stairs, I slammed the basement door shut and twisted the old key in the lock. The door immediately began to shake, the wood vibrating beneath my palm as if something massive was hurling itself against the other side. The key snapped in the lock, half of it disappearing into the mechanism. I backed away as the door continued to shake, the frame beginning to splinter around the hinges. Whatever was down there wanted out, and the door wouldn't hold it for long. I ran to the front door, only to find it wouldn't open. The knob turned, the deadbolt was unlocked, but it was as if something on the other side was holding it shut. The windows were the same, immovable despite being unlocked. The house had become a trap. The basement door gave a final, tremendous crack. The shaking stopped. Then came the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate, wet. Something was coming up from below. I fled upstairs, mind racing for a solution. If I couldn't get out, where could I hide? The footsteps reached the top of the basement stairs, then started across the kitchen floor. A dragging, squelching sound accompanied by the smell of grave dirt and decay. The attic. It was the only place left to go. I pulled down the ladder and climbed, pulling it up after me. The attic was just as I'd left it, dusty and cluttered with boxes. But now I noticed something I'd missed before. A small window at the far end, barely visible behind a stack of old furniture. I moved toward it, pushing boxes aside in my haste. Behind me, I heard the ladder being lowered. Something was coming up. The window was small, designed more for ventilation than escape, but it was my only chance. I forced it open, the old wood protesting with a shriek of rusted hinges. Outside was the steep slope of the roof, ending in a 3-story drop to the ground below. From the attic entrance came a sound. Not footsteps now, but a heavy dragging, accompanied by the crack and snap of floorboards giving way under immense weight. I caught a glimpse of something moving in the shadows, something far too large to have fit through the tunnel, its form shifting and indistinct. I didn't hesitate. I squeezed through the window, scraping my shoulders on the frame, and found myself on the narrow ledge of the Widow's Walk. The ground seemed impossibly far below, the immaculate lawn a green postage stamp in the afternoon sun. A neighbor was walking their dog across the street. I shouted and waved my arms, but they didn't look up, continuing on their way as if they couldn't hear me. No one could hear me, I realized. Whatever had taken the children, whatever had lured Eliza to her death, had isolated me completely. Behind me, the attic window darkened as something pressed against it from inside. The glass bulged outward impossibly, cracking along the edges of the frame. I edged along the Widow's Walk, looking for another way back into the house. A different window, a door, anything. At the corner of the roof, I found a small maintenance access door that led into what appeared to be a crawl space. Without options, I yanked it open and crawled inside just as the attic window shattered behind me, followed by a roar that sounded like stone grinding against stone. The crawl space was pitch black and smelled of old insulation. I moved forward on hands and knees, feeling my way along. After a few yards, my hand met empty air, an opening in the floor. I felt around the edges carefully. It seemed to be some kind of vent or dumbwaiter shaft just large enough for a person. Behind me, something scraped at the access door, its weight making the entire crawl space shudder. I didn't have a choice. I eased myself into the opening, using my arms to brace against the sides of the shaft. Then I began to lower myself down, inch by terrifying inch. The shaft seemed to go on forever, much deeper than the 3 stories of the house should allow. The walls grew damp, then slick with something that wasn't water. The smell of decay returned, stronger than before. When my feet finally touched bottom, I found myself in an unfamiliar corridor. This wasn't part of the house I knew. The walls were rough stone, the ceiling low and arched like a medieval catacomb. Faint light came from somewhere up ahead, not electric light, but the warm flicker of flames. I moved toward it cautiously, one hand trailing along the wall for guidance. The corridor opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows above. The walls were lined with alcoves, each containing small bundles that, with a sick feeling, I realized were wrapped bodies. Children's bodies, dozens of them. In the center of the chamber stood Eliza. She was facing away from me, her hair hanging loose down her back just as I remembered. She wore the same clothes she'd been buried in, the blue dress she'd always loved, though now it was stained with dirt and what looked like blood. Eliza! My voice echoed in the chamber, bouncing off stone walls in a cacophony of whispers. She turned slowly, too slowly, her movements jerky and unnatural. And when she fully faced me, I saw that it wasn't Eliza at all. Not anymore. Her face was sunken, the skin gray and mottled. Her eyes were gone, replaced by swirling darkness that seemed to pull at my gaze, threatening to draw me in. Daniel! Her voice was wrong, layered with other voices, some high and childlike, others deep and guttural. You came, just like she said you would. What are you? I managed to ask, my own voice barely a whisper. The thing wearing my sister's face smiled, the expression cracking her gray skin. I am the keeper, the collector, the one who has always lived beneath this house. What did you do to Eliza? The same thing I've done to all who come here. I added her to my collection. The thing gestured to the alcoves with their wrapped bundles. She fought harder than most, but in the end, they all join us. Us! As if in answer, small figures stepped from the shadows behind the thing that wasn't Eliza. Children, a dozen or more, their forms translucent and wavering like heat mirages. Their eyes were black pits, their mouths stretched in identical rictus grins. We need new friends, Daniel, the thing said in its layered voice. Eliza wasn't enough. We need you too. They began to move toward me, the children and the thing wearing my sister's face. I backed away, but the corridor behind me had vanished, replaced by solid stone. I was trapped. You don't understand what we've made here, the thing said, using Eliza's mouth to form words no human throat should produce. This house is special. It sits at an intersection, a weak point between your world and elsewhere. The original builder knew. He designed it this way, with its tunnels and chambers hidden between the walls, places where the barrier is thin enough to reach through. The spectral children had formed a circle around me now, their cold presence raising goosebumps on my skin. Their translucent hands reached for me, passing through my clothing to touch the flesh beneath. Each touch felt like ice needles driving into my body. Stop! I cried, spinning in a desperate circle. Why are you doing this? The thing wearing Eliza's face tilted its head at an impossible angle, nearly perpendicular to her shoulders. For the same reason anything does what it does. To survive. To grow. To feed. One of the ghost children grabbed my wrist. Unlike the others, this touch was solid, the small fingers digging into my flesh with impossible strength. I looked down into the face of a little girl, perhaps 7 years old, with dark braided hair and hollow eyes. Around her neck hung a silver locket identical to the one I'd found. Eleanor, I whispered. She nodded, her grip tightening until I felt bones grinding together. You brought me my name, she said, her voice like dry leaves rustling. No one said my name in so long. That means you belong to me now. I tried to pull away, but her grip was unbreakable. The other children pressed closer, their cold hands reaching for me from all sides. Behind them, The thing that had been my sister opened its mouth impossibly wide, revealing row upon row of needle-like teeth descending into a throat that seemed to tunnel down forever. "Don't fight it, Daniel," the layered voice said from that nightmare maw. "It doesn't hurt, not for long, and then you'll be part of something wonderful, part of us, forever." The ghost children were on me now, their combined weight driving me to my knees. Eleanor still held my wrist, her other hand now pressed against my chest directly over my heart. I could feel a terrible cold spreading from her touch, seeping into my chest cavity, wrapping around my lungs, squeezing. "Eliza," I gasped, looking past the children to the thing wearing my sister's face. "If you're in there somewhere, please." Something flickered across that gray, decaying face, a momentary expression that looked almost like my sister. For a second, the swirling darkness in her eye sockets cleared, revealing Eliza's familiar brown eyes, wide with terror and recognition. "Run," she whispered, her voice briefly her own. "Daniel, are you?" Her face contorted in agony, the darkness flooding back into her eyes. The thing roared in rage, the sound shaking dust from the ceiling. "Enough!" In that moment of distraction, Eleanor's grip on my wrist loosened. I tore free and lunged forward, ducking beneath the grasping hands of the ghost children. I had no plan, nowhere to run, but instinct drove me forward, directly toward the thing wearing Eliza's body. As I collided with it, something extraordinary happened. Instead of the solid impact I expected, I passed through it as if it were smoke, emerging on the other side into my bedroom, my actual bedroom, in my apartment 15 miles from Eliza's house. I crashed to the floor beside my bed, gasping for air, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sunlight streamed through the blinds. Outside, I could hear traffic, neighbors talking, a dog barking, the ordinary sounds of a normal day. My alarm clock showed 7:30 a.m. I'd overslept for work. Had it all been a nightmare? A vivid, terrible dream brought on by grief and the anxiety of handling Eliza's estate? I checked my phone. The date showed I'd lost 3 days. The last text message was from my boss, asking if I was all right after I'd failed to show up for work or call in. I rushed to the bathroom and stared at my reflection in the mirror. My face was pale and drawn, dark circles under my eyes making me look years older. But it was the marks on my wrist that made my blood run cold. 5 small bruises, perfectly spaced like fingerprints. Child-sized fingerprints. I called in sick to work and spent the day trying to convince myself that I'd been sleepwalking, that I'd somehow driven home from Eliza's house in some kind of fugue state. The alternative was too terrible to contemplate. That night, I dreamed of tunnels again, of children playing hide and seek in endless corridors, of Eliza calling my name from deep in the darkness. I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of scratching in my walls. 3 quick scrapes, a pause, then 3 more. It had followed me home. In the days that followed, I tried to research the house on Millbrook Lane. The local historical society had records of the original construction in 1887 by a man named Thaddeus Blackwood, described as an eccentric architect with interests in the occult. The house had changed hands numerous times over the decades, with an unusually high number of owners either dying under mysterious circumstances or abandoning the property suddenly. The incident with the missing children in 1908 was documented in yellowed newspaper clippings. 3 siblings, Eleanor, Thomas, and William Hargrove, had vanished while playing in the house's basement. Their parents, who were renting the property at the time, insisted something in the house had taken them. The father eventually hanged himself in the attic. The mother was committed to an asylum where she died, still insisting she could hear her children calling to her from inside the walls. I reported my grisly find in the basement to the police anonymously, calling from a payphone and disguising my voice. I couldn't face explaining how I knew about the bones or why I'd fled the scene. I've been checking the local news daily, but so far there's been no mention of any discovery at the house. Perhaps they haven't investigated yet, or perhaps they went to the basement and found nothing. No trunk, no bones, no tunnel. Nothing to corroborate my story. I've moved 3 times since that night at Eliza's house. It doesn't matter. Wherever I go, they find me. The scratching follows, always at 3:17 a.m. Sometimes I hear the children whispering my name through heating vents or from inside closets. Twice I've glimpsed Eleanor watching me from mirrors, her hollow eyes patient and knowing. Dr. Avery says I'm experiencing a psychotic break brought on by unresolved grief. She's increased my medication twice now. It helps during the day, dulls everything to a manageable haze. But the nights are still theirs. Last week I received a package. No return address, no postmark, just a small brown paper parcel sitting on my kitchen counter when I came home from work. Inside was Eleanor's doll, its embroidered smile wider than I remembered, and a note written in Eliza's handwriting. "We miss you, Daniel. Come back to us. The door is always open for family." I burned the doll and the note, but the next morning, they were back on my counter, untouched by fire. I know what will happen eventually. The scratching will get louder. The children will grow bolder. The thing wearing my sister's face will find a way through whatever barrier separates us. And one night, at 3:17 a.m., I'll follow the voices down into my basement and find a tunnel that wasn't there before. A tunnel leading back to that underground chamber. Part of me has already accepted it. There's a strange comfort in inevitability, in knowing that whatever happens, I'll see Eliza again, even if only for a moment before the darkness takes us both. Sometimes, in my more lucid moments, I wonder if that's what happened to her. Did she hear the scratching too? Did the children call to her from behind the mirrors? Did she willingly drive her car off that road and into Blackwater Creek? Or was she driven to it by something no one else could see or hear? I've started keeping this journal as a record, a warning to whoever finds it. If you're reading this, then I've already gone to join my sister. Do not look for me. Do not try to solve the mystery of my disappearance. And whatever you do, do not go to the house on Millbrook Lane. The door may look closed, but it's always open for those it calls. The scratching has started again tonight, earlier than usual. It's not just in the walls now. It's in my head, behind my eyes, inside the marrow of my bones. And for the first time, I can make out words in the rhythm. Come home, Daniel. Come home. I think I will. After all, family should stay together. And Eliza is waiting. They found Daniel Mercer's apartment empty 3 days after he stopped showing up for work. His car was still in the parking lot. His wallet and keys were on the kitchen counter. The only unusual things the police noted were strange scratch marks on the inside of his walls, as if someone had been trying to claw their way out, and a small leather-bound journal containing this account. The house on Millbrook Lane is still for sale. According to the realtor, it has good bones. It just needs someone to love it again.